All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Thursday night to you, or Friday morning if you're on the other side of the planet. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great week and enjoying the wonderful energies that are flowing across the planet and the aurora borealises. If you guys saw the northern lights and all of that going on with that giant sun flare, beautiful, beautiful. So I'm excited, as always, to see what beautiful energies will come through tonight in messages. But before we get into everything, let us bring in some beautiful love energy. We'll start off by taking a big deep breath and coming back to the moment. Then we'll hit the singing bowl a few times. 3 times is usually what I do. So we will do that. So we'll get started. If you guys are wanting to join me and bringing in that energy, we'll just take a big deep breath in, hold it for a moment for as long as feels comfortable for you, and then a slow exhale. And then just focusing in that breath to come back to now, not in the future, not in the past, not out in the chaos of the world, but coming back to right here in this moment. So if you'd like to join me, let's start there. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful. I will hit the singing bowl 3 times as we're doing this. You can just let that love energy flow down into you. It's eternal, unconditional love energy. Let it fill up your mind and all your stories and your thoughts, all your emotions in your heart, filling your heart up and overflowing to our energetic bodies, all our meridians, our auras, our chakra systems, into our physical bodies, into all of the organs, the brain, the heart, all the organs in the body, cells, our blood, everything in our physical. Let it all fill us up and flow out to the outside world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there. As we're hitting the singing bowl too, you can think of just one little thing that we're grateful for, and we're sincerely grateful to the creator. Then we become these magnets to receive messages from spirit, but also to receive what we're grateful for from spirit as well. So if you're interested in doing that, here we go. I'm not sure how loud this will be. It always varies. So prepare thine ears. All right, here we go. Remember, gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. She is just singing, singing, singing tonight. So thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Such amazing energies. Put her back on her little shelf back here. That way she can watch over us. So, hello, everybody. Wow, wow, wow. Good energies. Woof, woof, woof. So, hello, everyone. Welcome to another Messages of Love from Above. So, welcome back, all my Zen friends. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. It's a safe space, and there's always room for more Zen friends. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all listed down in the description box of the video. There's a ton of information around there around everything that I'm giving away, the sales I'm having, the podcast that I put out. Everything is down in the description box of the video. But just real quick, the little, what do you call them, crib notes or whatever? Donations do get first priority. I step outside of free readings. We dive deeper into those as well. Free readings generally get 1 to 2 cards, and donations, we dive deeper. We get into the tea, whatever spirit wants. And you also get a fortune cookie, an oracle card of some sort. Sometimes they're short, sometimes they're longer. We got little shorter ones. Some cosmic wisdom coming in tonight is the one that we'll be using. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. We do have the Venmo, the Cash App, the PayPal, and the Square. Don't have any set dollar amounts because I know everyone's finances vary in the cost of living and the rate of exchange, all that fun stuff. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. um, I'm on generally for usually around 3 hours on average. That's usually what I plan for. If 2.5 hours in, I have not completed any free readings. I do step outside of donations and complete at least 30 minutes of free readings, or how many will fit in there if there's less than that. But we at least 30 minutes or maximum 30 minutes for the free readings normally. And then I return back to donations. I always finish out donations same session or same day if I need to step away, depending on how many I have, and come back on. I will finish them all same day. At the end of each stream, I also put a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps too. So if you need to come back to the stream later, you can look at that pinned comment, find your name, find the little timestamp, click on it, takes you right to your reading. I know, handy dandy and high tech. I know. So that's the big skinny on most of the things. I want to make sure everyone knows too. I just had a new episode of my podcast, The Easier Path, come out. And this one is the knockout round. Where we talk about more stuff about I think I this one's the one that I talk about. Why can humans be such douchebags sometimes? It's funny because then we wake up and find out, oh, why was I being such a douchebag? But it's a I love this series that we're doing because we're sharing a real life, right? Excuse me, as I swallow my spit. Um, Talk about my own stories. Then I talk about the human perspective of why humans do what they do, and then also the spirit's perspective on why we want to experience those things, and then hints from spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder path. So we're already up to episode 4. Been putting out like one every 2 weeks, and that feels comfortable for right now. So be sure to check that out. Also, we have a giveaway for the rest of the year. On every new moon and every full moon, I am having a drawing. So this is the one for the new moon in Scorpio coming up on November 20th. So if you're interested in winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, be sure to check that out and get into the drawing. We're going to have one pretty much every 2 weeks is what a new moon or a full moon are. So we'll have a giveaway every 2 weeks. Plus, don't tell anyone. Over the Halloween weekend, I gave away 2 15-minute personal recorded readings per session. And I think I'm going to do it for Thanksgiving too. So keep an eye out. Gobble, gobble. I also have a super sale on all of my services, my personal recorded readings, my live virtual readings, and my Hedges of Peace and Love. All that's done in the description box as well. So if you want to check that out, that's all down there. So that's all the ads and updates and everything else. I just like to make sure everyone knows what's going on. So if you want to take advantage of those opportunities, then you know that they're there. As I say, never any expectations, just information, right? All right. Tonight I am going to be using the Sufi Tarot. It's a beautiful deck. So it's the one calling my name. I also have the Three Sisters. I got three of these Light Seer tarot decks. Um, Two of them are gifted to me over the last 3 years. So one's a really old one, one's brand new, and one's semi-new. So if you ask for a general reading, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna ask the 3 sisters of fate here, what's coming in from the past that brought you to the current moment that they want you to be aware of, and then what they'd like you to know for the future. So that's what we'll do, for, those type of readings. Um, yeah, I think that's everything. Like I said, we're going to use the cosmic wisdom just to give them credit here. This is the one we're going to be using for it doesn't say who it's this by, does it? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Manufacturer is C Sushui, just in case. Whoops. If you can see that on the bottom there, SI and then SHUI is the makers of that. So that is where we're at. Let's do some hellos, and we'll also create the little list here for the donations, and then we will get started. So we'll start from the bottom, work my way up here. Got Rocky's World. Hello, Rocky. Good to see you. Hello, hello. You're on the list with the donations here. We've got Diana in the house. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Let's grab that, put that up here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And then Rocky Mountain Deb. Hey, Deb. Good to see you. Happy weekend to you. You just finished the Oh, okay. Thank you so much for listening to that. Oh, yeah. And the beautiful singing bowl. She's just she just sings so well, doesn't she? All right. We got musical beer. Hello. Let's add you onto the free list here. Oops, I didn't grab everything. Come on. Come on. There we go. Now it's working. And we got Patty. Hello, Patty. Good to see you. I'll grab you into the donation list here. We have Brenda. I think I already have everyone else here. Brenda, Globy, I have yours. Dollface Diva. Hey, long time. Good to see you. Good to see you. And we have Ateshi Singh. Hello, hello. Of course, Jojo. Hey, Jojo. We got your donations here times 2 as well. So we got all those in here. All right. So I think we are all set. So we'll start off 2 for Jojo, 1 for Patty, 1 for Diana, and then 1 for Rocky's World. That's where we're at for donations. And then we'll see where we're at when we get to that point. So good to see everybody. Fun time. So, and Johanna, you said, I hope you're enjoying a cup of coffee or tea, right? I got coffee, and then I also have tea, and then I also have lemon water. So I'm all set for hydration. But cheers, everybody. Let's drink some coffee and jump into some tea. All right. I'm so blessed to have 3 drinks, right? All right. Hey, last chapter. Welcome, welcome. I'll grab yours real quick here and put it on the list while I see it. Give me some more room here. Here we go. All right. So let's dive in. So Jojo, you're at 14:58, just shy of 15 minutes. All right. So thank you so much for your first big heart. So thank you for that sticker and that donation, of course. And I hope you're enjoying a nice beverage. That's something that won't keep you up late over there on the other side of the planet. And so you were wanting a general. So we will use my little triple deck here. Sipping some of that delicious BZT. You're so funny, Dinah. All right. So I do have three separate decks. I mean, three separate stacks of the same deck. And with this, I mix them all together in a huge, huge one. And then I split it off into three decks. So you could end up with three of the same cards, which is fun when that happens. Hardly ever, ever, ever happens. So when it does, it speaks loudly here. So let's look here. What from the past do they want you to know about coming in here? Okay. Bringing you into the present moment. What do they want you to know about the present? Okay, that one there. All right. And then what do they want you to know for the future here? I feel like going into the future, we do have three for that one. And then the bottom of the deck for that one. Okay, that makes sense to uh have more for the future here. All right. So from the past, we do have the Empress energy here, this creativity, this nurturing oneself, this birthing kind of energy that's coming into the moment here. I feel like the need for creativity, I feel this hunger with this. It's like this, for some reason, this birthing and of the planet that's coming in here. There is this energy of like, um, it's supposed to be a baby, but I'm like, you ever like you're so hungry some days where you just can't eat enough. Like I'm like, I think my tapeworm woke up because it's like you just can't get enough to eat. That's what the past feels like here. It's like this desire to create, and there's like this um um, almost desperate need to feel this fullness from the past that's bringing you into this moment here. So I do feel like there's a lot of this energy from the past that's coming in, um, and I feel like that comes from feeling the lack in the outside world, right? And it's interesting that the three of the Empress, the three buckets of the outside world of relationship situations and things that come in, it's like, oh, bringing it back to, you know, they all point us back to us because the outside world does leave us feeling hungry and, um, you know, uh, disappointed in a way. It's interesting for the future. You have the strength card, which that's one of the stories I used to tell quite a bit around the strength card is that that's the joining together of our human self and our higher self. So we'll jump to that when we get to that point there, and we'll talk about that story then. All right. They're like, let's move on. Bringing you to this moment where you are with the high priestess in this moment, feeling like moved away, pulled away up in your high priestess temple, seeing things more clearly, doing a lot of reflection, connecting with the spirit world, looking into your lower vibration, emotional areas and where you're at in your life. But there's a lot of clarity, there's a lot of intuition, there's a lot of connection drawing you out into the world. Um, and I like this, drawing you out in the world, but it's almost like this. I wanna say the way they showed it to me is like, if you ever have a fishing rod and you go to throw it out and the hook grabs the back of you, it's like this draw is coming from you, but it's like it's full circle. It's yeah, you're being drawn out in the world, but it's more of a shove from inside of you to move forward, to go forward, right? Which makes sense in going into the future because you do have the Knight of Wands coming in here, and the Knight of Wands is an energy of action and movement, the fastest moving horse, the quest of passion. Was interesting under both the present and the future, you both have the Tower cards coming in here, which is, this transformative energy of things being moved out of your way to make space to move forward. And I feel like that you're experiencing a lot of this where people, you move towards people and people, pshing, it's like, how you ever have these, like my sound effects, these two magnets, and when you flip them, they're like, when they were being drawn together, when you flip them, they like repel one another. And there's kind of that, that uh, kind of um, repelling that's going on in your life, and you're just like, "What's going on? Do I have the plague?" It just feels like things are being removed out of your life left and right, or they have been, in the present and in the future too. You'll see quite a bit of that, but it's because things are being reorganized for your path, not, anything against you or anything like that, right? For the future too, you have the King of Swords. So this master of communication energy is coming in very strong here. Um, and I like that because this is about you. It's a lot about speaking or communicating your truth with this energy here. And this is like mastering your communication, mastering the vocal, whether that's singing, speaking, acting, right? Speaking your lines, sharing and speaking your truth, singing your truth. All of that would come in here with that King of Swords here too. You have the Five of Pentacles too, which is the change of the from lack of feeling like I don't deserve something, the fear of being left behind, not being enough. This is what's a big transformational thing that's coming forward here for you. And we have the Strength card, Leo energy, of course, you stepping into your I like that it came out right next to the Five of Pentacles because it's like it's telling you that the lack, they're like, you were born a Leo. You were born for this. We've talked about this before, right? With your, especially your nodes, were just like your life purpose energy, where like your south node to your north node was all about, being drawn and sharing your truth and, and that kind of energy that comes in. But the Strength card, what we were talking about before was this, when we come down here, as the human, which the lion in the Strength card is the human, right? And then you move into the little maiden with the infinity symbol is your higher self, right? So it talks about when we come down here, we're not aware of who we are, right? Our higher selves. We just think we're these human characters. And we come down here hungry for that higher vibrational, unconditional love energy that we have above. I like how they have combined the lion and the maiden together here. Um, but what happens with all this is that it's the lion is taught, look out here for the things that are going to fill you up. And you're like, really? Yeah, it's out there. And so we go out there and we eat and drink of relationships and situations and things and money and, all that stuff of the outside world. And the more we eat, the more hungry we get. I used to joke that it's like American Chinese food. You'll eat it and then you're hungry an hour later. And that's what happens. There is this, we have something from the outside world. And for a moment, it kind of feels like we're full, but then we're like hungry again. And then we get this lion eating and drinking of the things of the outside world eventually feels so desperate. It's hangry, it's hungry, angry, it's roaring in the jungle. But that's when our higher self comes down, and that's when we have our little wake up and we're like, oh, I'm more than this. I'm you too. And you're like, yeah. And what's wonderful is that our higher self doesn't try to destroy our ego or human side of us. It fulfills it. Because what we're hungry for and what our higher self knows is we're hungry for the love that it is made out of, right? So it can give us what we're hungry for, and then we join together. That's why I like that they have meshed together into one being. We walk hand in hand together with spirit then. And so we see things differently, we see things from a different perspective. So I like all this energy for the future, in that you are more than enough for what you want to experience. But that feeling of lack is something we came here to experience and something that can also be transformed. So I feel like that's the big message here. from where you've come from, where you're at, and where you're headed. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, with the cosmic wisdom here. Okay, this is the one here, and you've got supernova. That's funny because we talk quite a bit. You remember supernova. She's been here off and on. She's living her best life down there in Australia, but I used to call her Supernova. I still do call her Supernova, but she has a lot of the same journey of helping the world move our vibration from lower vibration to higher vibration, right? We all do that in different ways, but of course, both yours and hers is mainly through music. Yours is through music, acting, other things too, right? Her big one, and you might even be part of that same soul group of this soul, because she's also part of a group of souls that from lifetime to lifetimes, they love vibration. They like to sing a lot. So it'd be interesting. But it says your ability to connect with the physical world and to find comfort in simplicity offers you a profound source of strength and resilience. Here's that strength card coming in again. But I love that. All this green energy of the heart, sharing your heart. Supernova. All right. So that's what they have for the first one there. And if you're still here, Jojo, I don't think I saw a second one yet. Let me just make sure that I haven't overlooked it. Yeah, not yet. So, what I will do here, let me copy your name and I'll put you down here. So, as soon as I see your second question pop up, we'll jump to that. But I don't see one yet. So, we will circle back around like vultures for your second one after that. All right. So let's see here. We had some other individuals come in since I was doing my shout outs. Let's see, who do we have come in here? So we've got Ken. Hey Ken, good to see you. Let's grab your question, throw it down here too. We got Patricia. Hello, Patricia. Good to see you. Just going to create the free list here while I'm going down the list here. We've got Jean in the house. Hello, love. Good to see you. And Olivier Vagara. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. All right. Let's grab your question here, too. There we go. All right. So good to see everyone. Let's take another quick sip. Cheers, everybody. All right. So let us jump back in. Oh, and then we also had, thank you, Dinah, for your additional donation. Let me grab that. Just make sure I don't miss it, because I get into the scheme of things or whatever. All right. So up next we have Patty at 2858. Let's grab yours. There we go. So thank you so much for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. Anyone know any miracles lined up for you before the end of the month? All right. Let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. We'll use the Sufi tarot for this one. All right. So any miracles, what you would consider a miracle, because miracles are every moment or never, because miracles are like I don't know, like a way of life, right? Things that our human perceives as miracles aren't miracles to our soul. They're like, yeah, that's just normal, but our human is like, whoa, right? So I love that clarity with that. And then let's see what these bring in. All right. Well, I like this. Let's see here. Haven't seen any of these. Let me just scooch them. The bottom of the deck, you have the 9 of cups. That's what I said. I like that. 9 of cups is one of those dream come true kind of energies that come in. Pardon me. And so this feels like emotional fulfillment. There's this feeling of this flood of love energy, this joy energy that comes in here. So I feel like this is something that feels like a miracle, but it feels like and we'll get more details here with the other cards, but the bottom of the deck with this emotional energy, what they're reminding me of, they keep on tapping a memory, so obviously I have to talk about it. Um, because I remember my mom, when, there was a time where she stayed with a group of friends of mine in a house we were all roommates in, and, she came for a little bit, and I can still remember because I just, met her in the hallway, and I was like I just felt like I needed to give her a hug, and so I gave her a hug, and there was this whoosh of this energy, this love energy, and she was like started to like cry because of the amount of love. It was like so overwhelming energy. And she was like, "What was that?" And I was like, "That's the love, a little drop of the love of the creator of the higher realms." And it was beautiful. And that's the kind of energy I feel like you're just going to get this flood in a moment. We'll see if it has to do with a specific situation, but I feel like you're just going to have like this kind of moment between now and the end of the month where you're like, "What was that?" So I like that. You have 3 cards like this, and then 3 cards kinda together fanned. So 3 individual ones, you got the 7 of swords. Yeah, this is letting go of some mindsets that of thievery, right? The 7 of swords is generally betrayal, thievery, but this is about our mindsets. It could be the stories we've created around how something felt like a betrayal. And so I feel like this is feeling like a release, an emotional release of forgiveness where we're letting something go here. I like this. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, the 3 of coins, 3 of pentacles, this working together energy, feeling like a part of something. And this forgiveness, this letting go of previous betrayal, these feelings of not trusting, whatever this was from the past, releasing that, I feel like really brings you into this 3 of Pentacles where you feel like you can be creative and create something with a small group of people. So I feel like there's this opening up. And I feel like it's the individuals that really help this too, because their energy, you guys just bond well together. What else do we have here? Yeah, the 7 of Cups. So outside of you got both the 7 of Swords and the 7 of Cups that are on either side of these 3 of Pentacles. That represents the conflict of the mind, the conflict of the heart, conflict of emotion, conflict of thoughts and stories, right? That with you releasing, forgiving, it's like you're choosing to no longer be a vessel of pain, um, or anger or resentment because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence. That there's this um, kind of this forgiving for your sake. You don't have to forgive for other people's sakes. We forgive for ours. We're pouring out the wrath because I don't want to be this cup of poison, I want to be a cup of love, right? So I'm going to pour out that poison, that bitterness, that lower vibration. Wash it out, right? Get it all ready for to be filled with that unconditional love energy instead. And I feel like this is that 9 of cups energy that's coming in because once we get rid of and we allow some of this stories and emotions attached to those stories, once we forgive and we just release and let it go, then we clear the clog of the pipeline, and that allows this amazing emotional energy to flow as well. Because we're born with a beautiful, flowing, unconditional love, pipeline. It gets beliefs and fears and all that fun stuff the pain starts filling up and clogging up our pipeline. We're the ones that clog it up because of our emotional and mental choices. We don't know any better as children. We just start clogging it up because we stuff stuff instead of letting it flow. And now it's time to really let some of that flow, and let go, and then realizing I don't need to have justice for everything anyone ever has done anything, in my life. Um, because then also I deserve justice for everything that I may or how everyone perceived what I did too, which is a good, you know, win-win scenario of I'm releasing everyone else and I'm also releasing myself from all that energy. And then there's this beautiful flow, right? Where this is taking you, yeah, is to the star card, dream come true. Another, you got both dream come true cards. But this is this balanced energy, and this is the emotional pathway to your dreams come true. Because when we have this emotional block with some resentments and some feelings of betrayal and all those lower vibrational emotions, they do keep us like anchored into that old place and then we can't move forward. But once we're like, I'm breaking these chains, I'm releasing, you guys can keep all that. I'm letting go of the chain. Because the chain doesn't, it's not around our neck or our hands or our feet. We hold on to the chains. The chains that hold us back are the chains that we're holding on to. It's connected to this brick wall. We're not going to move this giant wall, so we move forward when we let go. Oh, I love that. I never had that before. That's a beautiful picture. But I like this, the moving forward towards your emotional dream come true. This is part of that that you're needing to do. Yeah. The 8 of Cups, leaving behind emotions and relationships that don't serve you anymore. Off onto a new adventure. The 8 of Cups that we head off towards the 9 of Cups. Yep, the 5 of staves, the 5 of wands, the transformation of energy. That what started off like a competition and conflict, actually turns into something beautiful because, I used to I guess they're bringing back some old stories that I used to tell that they would tell me because the 5 of wands is like I see it starting off as one of those old kung fu theater movies that I used to watch as a child on Saturday mornings before the cartoon started. Um, it starts off, everyone's fighting like they're trying to kill one another. They're all battling with these stabs. There's 5 of them, and they're all fighting, fighting, fighting. And um, eventually it gets down to where there's like one person standing, barely standing. The other 4 are exhausted and beat down. And you're like, oh God, what's going to happen next? He's going to take them all out, you know? But then they all start laughing and they all help each other up. And then they all walk down this path back to the Buddhist monastery where they're all Buddhist monks and nuns. They weren't fighting to defeat one another. They were fighting to improve each other's skills. And that's what we realize, all the conflicts that we've had in the past, all these people, the betrayals, whatever emotions and those experiences we had were for us when we realize this was to help me grow and we all agreed to help each other grow, then I can release them and go, thank you for being my teachers as they thank us in our own way for being their teachers. But we can't focus on that. We just focus on what we're choosing. We just bow to our teachers and go, thank you. You don't have to do it physically, just internally. Thank you, for showing me what I wanted to see and what I wanted to learn. So I really love that. Um, that's a beautiful, that feels like a miracle, right? All right. Let's switch your fortune cookie bring is, hey, Patty, good to see you. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here from the cosmic wisdom. All right. It's this one right here. You got the Cancer. Beautiful moon energy. Vulnerability is a source of strength, not weakness. Your willingness to open your heart and love creates connections that heal and inspire. Can't make it up. Boom, boom, boom. So it feels like a big emotional miracle that happens that sets you free in a lot of ways. And that is a miracle for sure, right? So I love that for you, Patty. Patty, hopefully that helps. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Alrighty, let's see. I had a couple more Zen friends come in. Hey, Maria P. Good to see you. Let's see here. We've got your free question here, but I also saw, I believe this is probably you via Z PayPal. It sure is. So let's add you here onto the list for donations. All right. And then we also have Teresa Horton. Hey, Teresa. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. Yeah, we'll grab you and put you on the free list here. Boom, boom. All right. Good to see everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. And thank you for all the thumbs up, too. It does help spread the Zen love. And you're part of that love tsunami. It's a free way. It's a freeway of love, but it's also a freeway that everyone can show a little love to the channel and to me. So thank you guys so much for doing that. All right, so let's shuffle up here and take another sip. Going to stay hydrated today, or I guess coffee isn't really hydrating, but it does it does wet the whistles. So cheers. Excuse me. All right. So up next, let me see. I don't think I saw Johanna. Johanna? Not yet. All right. She probably has gone into dream world. She'll wake up eventually. All right. So up first for Diana for your first one here, we've got 4210. There we are. So thank you. We'll circle back for your other one here in a moment. Thank you. Opening the box. The box opening. So, hello, good evening. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the well wishes for everyone. And we're done here. So, sipping some of that delicious BZT. So, last night you were with FS and CP. Ooh, the reason that you're inquiring for a read is because for the first time ever, FS was snippy towards CP in front of others. Dun, dun, dun. Right. So CP would then retaliate by snipping back. A few times the situation became awkward. Yeah. So readings on why was FS snippy to CP yesterday, and then today FS and CP are traveling 6 hours to meet a friend. Knowing how things were last night with them, how was the 3-hour card ride? Between them up and back. Oh, so 3 hours, both ways. When they met up with Jason for lunch, they would try and hide how they've been behaving lately. But did they? Really? You're so funny. Popcorn and cheers to you. All right. So that will be uh oh, so that's what number 1 and number 2. So the popcorn is for number 2 there. All right. Sorry, so I fall off my chair. All right. Let us dive in here and see what is going on here. So, so the main question is, why was FS snippy to CP? Yeah, and then we'll find out how the non-murderous car ride went. All right. So, why was FS snippy to CP? Okay, got this. I do feel that this internal internal rebellion that's been going on has been growing in strength and stronger. Now it's escaping out. It's been coming out privately, but now it's even coming out publicly, right? So we'll find out what's been leading up to this and And was there something specific that triggered this particular snip, snip, snip? All right. All right. Well, okay. Let's see what all these are here. Yeah, the bottom of the deck, we do have Five of Wands energy. So there is this conflicting energy of the Five of Wands. Um, it's it's that energetic, uh, and that's kind of telling me a little bit here too. We just entered Mercury retrograde on, I think it was Monday. We had some planetary changes that has brought out a little bit more, you know, um, conflict with communication, which then leads to misunderstandings, which then leads to rah, right? So there is a little bit of that coming in here underneath the surface. Energy in the world is a little bit more staticky, which can bring in a little bit more, blah 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 stuff. So that's the Five of Wands. But let's see here. Why were they snippety here? Ooh, got the Emperor energy coming in. This one is the Sultan and the Alchemist, which is the Magician. So we got two powerful cards coming in here. This makes sense, right? This is that energy that we've been talking about that's been building about I'm taking control of my life. You got Aries energy. The Magician is Mercury energy, and Mercury is in retrograde. That's interesting. But we got both of those energies coming in about I am choosing what I want for my life and I'm taking action behind it. And the more I stand up for myself, the stronger I get, the more bolder I get, I'm getting, right. So there is this power of, oh, got to do the power of okay, that's a subtle no. The power of no, and that's such a perfect, because this no button, it escalates as I hit it each time to where it's finally like, "No!" But this is the escalation of the power of no within them, is what they will accept and what they won't. They used to just take it, but, ooh, there's this building, because of what comes next, another major arcana, the, Temperance card, which is interesting. Because this almost feels like this should be in reverse somehow, um, and it almost looks like patience is disappearing if that's the angel of patience and temperance. It's it's fading away, and this is that kind of energy that we're feeling here. Significant changes where I am, um becoming less tolerant and patient with things, because I used to fear it, and that's why I was patient with it, but I'm fearing it less and less. Because when you fear like this is going to end things, but when you're beginning to end things on the inside, you start caring a lot less around that fear of losing something if you're about to it anyway, right? Interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, because we got another, my gosh, four major arcana after the sound effects of the lightning bolt and thunder. Yep, there it has been, lightning has been struck. Um, and I feel like this is an internal thing of, um, again, that choice of thing they know that this is gonna, I feel like subconsciously and a little bit consciously they know, especially FS, I feel they know this isn't gonna last. This is going to end, because as they're transforming and through awareness, through self-awareness, through therapy or all this other things, they're learning a lot about what I want for me, and that what I can have what I want in life? Yeah. And they're like, "What?" They're reminding me, if you ever saw, what was it, Bruce Willis and I think it was Bruce Willis and what was her name? Kelly, I can't remember the name of the actress, but um it's an old movie where it was a blind date, I think is what it was called. And they said, "Whatever you do, don't let her drink." And uh, she she had something to drink. She would be that's the one where she would tear off people's pockets off their shirts. She just always would stumble and rip it. It was like this thing that she was throughout the movie. But the thing that they're reminding me of is they had this really important dinner with, a Japanese client with their wife was dressed as a geisha and didn't didn't understand English, and was treated very poorly, and they ended up in the bathroom together, the women's restroom. I forget her name. I don't think it was Kelly McGillis. I forget who it was. But they ended up in this where she was like, "Why do you let him treat you that way? You know that you can have divorce." And suddenly, because she acted like she couldn't understand English. All you hear is she's in one of the stalls. She goes, "Divorce." So there is this, and I know they're not married, but there's this energy of, oh, clarity comes in, the power comes in of like, what? I can be empowered? What? I can have what I want? Wait a minute, what? I don't have to be submissive and take what everyone in life gives me. And they're like, nope. So I like that. All right. Let's see what else is unfolding here. Yeah, we have the Two of Swords. So here is this conflicting energy here. I do feel like there was arguments earlier in the day, and I feel like that's starting to come up because when someone's not used to someone else standing up, at first it shocks them. So I feel like one side was shocked that someone was standing up for themselves in private, and for a little bit it's kind of had them off, but now the fear has made them want to become more right. I've got to what is it, exert my dominance, is that what this is? And I feel like that's where this conflict has come in here. This new moon is really popping up here, and I feel like this has really been escalating since the last new moon, which was a couple weeks ago, since we just had a full moon on what, Wednesday? That was this week, right? Um, I think it was this week, but I feel like the full moon 2 or 3 weeks ago, however long it was, wow, it's been growing since then. The conflict has, because she's standing up, because FS is standing up, which is leading to, we've got, yeah, yeah, the difference between someone is ready for this new adventure of the full card, and the other one has low vibrational emotional experiences coming in here. So there's the difference between why are you so happy about this, that things seem to be going south with us. Above it all, yeah, the Four of Swords. So there is this kind of peace of mind that I feel like FS is getting, and CP is like the one that's kind of having this, you know, they're a raging storm of stuff that's happening, and I feel like FS is in this eye of the storm going, "Oh wow," kind of energy. Not my problem. That's a you thing, where all the tricks I feel that CP used to use aren't working anymore. And so they're kind of going old school, back to the bullying, because they know sadness. Well, sadness used to work, where, oh, blah, 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 and then they would try to fix everything to make them happy. Well, now they're like, too bad. So now they've gone to phase two, which is bullying and the loudness and rah, 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 rah. And then there's the rejection, and that's the stages of a manipulation. But I feel like the tricks that used to work aren't working anymore, and that's what's causing a lot of the friction, right? We also have the Ace of Staves in here, the Ace of Wands. There, that's that magician energy of action, action, and movement and movement. Yeah, and We've got the Wheel of Fortune and the Two of Cups coming in here too. It's interesting because I feel like this is the idea of I thought this was I thought this was gonna be able to be forever and nothing was ever gonna change. Um, and I feel like this is more probably CP than it is FS, if I'm getting the energies, the initials right. CP felt, well, it can always be this way. I'm always going to be, here, um, with this energy, right? Um, and and then, but F is like, I can't live that way. No, it has to change, right? And that's what's freaking out a lot. That's going on here. Yeah, and this Ace of Cups, the seeking of self-love energy, that's, really coming in here quite a bit. So, I feel like that is it here. Yeah. Yeah, not a and they weren't snippy to everyone else, right? Um, they were just snippy mainly towards, CP. It's because they're not, taking this anymore, they've got this they've got this so they're using a lot of memories tonight. They're connecting this what was it? Twisted Sister. We ain't gonna take it anymore. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. And that's the kind of energy that they have, like they're busting in. Um You know, "We ain't gonna take it." Do you remember that old song? But that's the kind of energy that's coming in. Yeah, and that's why they were snippy because they were like, "Psh," right back at him, because they've been going at it more and more and more, and they did have some, um, arguments today, and there were things that were said because they're trying to, again, exert dominance and they're like, I don't have to take this. And I used to hold back and just let you say whatever you want to say, but I'm gonna let myself express myself. So they were always snippety back on the inside. And maybe on occasion when they were alone would snipify it back. But they're like, I'm because they knew this is one of the games that they would play, right? That CP would play. Um, I can say all this because 'cause you're not gonna say anything. Oh, oops. Not anymore. So, again, it's this, Twisted Sister. We ain't gonna take it anymore. I think it was Twisted Sister, if I remember. But, so I feel like that's where the snippiness came in from. So interesting, right? All right, let's see what we got going on here. All right, yeah. So we got Aquarius energy coming in here, which is the old ways don't work anymore. There's new ways being forged here by FS, and that's what's freaking CP the F out, as they would say it. Says you are passionate about creating a better world for all, but I feel like they're passionate. FS is passionate about creating a new world, a better world for them. But as you extend your energy to the collective, remember to nurture your own well being. So there is this um, energy of nurturing themselves and standing up for themselves. And that's why they were snippy because they were just like, uh-oh. Uh-uh. No more. I've had it. Um, and I like it. The patience is wore out. It's like, you know what? Nope, I don't have to put up with this anymore. So it is flooding out. Interesting, right? All right. So that's it for number one. We will circle back around for number two here in a momentito. Um, After, let's see, we're gonna run to Rocky's World, and then we'll return to your other one. That'll give you time just to let me just take all that in, and then we will jump into the journey that they had today. So interesting, interesting, right? My goodness. All right. So let's say hello. We had a couple more people come in. So we've got Valerie Calver. Hello, hello. Also known as Footwork. I remember that now. All right. And then thank you, Deb. Rocky Mountain Deb. Let me see. Let me grab your official here. It's interesting how sometimes things, whoops, they'll have your chosen name, and other ones have the other name, which is interesting. Anyway, nothing that anyone really needs to know, right? So, touch of love in the house. Hello, touch of love. Let's put yours in here too. And then Patty, thank you so much for your additional donation question. We'll circle back around for you after that. Add you to the list here. Very good. Time-wise, that's a good question. Let me give an update before I jump in here. So we've got Rocky's World up next, then to Diana, back to Diana, and then Maria P, and then to you. So depending on how chatty Spirit is, what, 30, 40 minutes maybe? And then after, whoops, I think let me see here. Rocky's World, we got Diana, we had Maria P, and we had that one. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. That's why I was like, "Why? Why did I have that one?" But I think I grabbed, oh, yeah. I grabbed Rocky's World instead of Rocky Mountain Dip. Alright, sometimes not the sharpest tool. Alright, there we go. Alright, now we are set. Alright. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for the heads up and the thumbs up too. I know, right? Dev, like, what is that? 9:45. All right, sounds good. And if you pop back in, you can ask, did you get to mine yet? And if I did, then I'll just give you the timestamp. All right. Working hard for the money, right? All right. So cheers, everybody. I'm gonna take a quick sip. All right. So we are right here. All right. So Rocky's World, you're up 102.54. There we go. So thank you so much for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like. So today at work, you felt Michael J. presence so heavy that you thought he would possess your body. Even your coworker almost freaked out, so much so that your coworker got images in her mind from Michael J. too. Oh, I love that. To deliver to you. So your question is, was Michael J. actually going to possess your body? And if so, why? Oh no. It's not like Ghost with Whoopi Goldberg where you know they can possess us, but they um spirit on the other side, they can be so present that it almost feels like our energy is joining together. And we can channel individuals, but possession really is something for stories and for human fear adventures. um but we can become so influenced by energy, but that's our choice. They can't force themselves on us. We can just become, or out of love and joining together we can form so much. And that's the same thing, like when I channel people from the other side, sometimes depending on how strong they're coming through, people are like, oh my god, you just did their mannerisms, which are not my normal mannerisms and stuff, and they're just like, oh my god. It's almost like you were, encompassing their energy is probably a more accurate way instead of, like, possession, um, that it can be. But let's see what they have to say here too. Interesting. I did not know all that. All right. Dinah, was that number 2? Because I'm coming back to you after that. Um, so I don't know if that number 2 was for the number 2 popcorn. If not, I will circle back, but let me know. I might have misunderstood. All right, so let's take a look here. All right. So Michael J. Let's see what we got here. All right. So it's interesting that we've got the bottom of the deck. We have Temperance, Sagittarius energy, Alchemy, Alchemy. Well, let's see what this has to do with all of this here, because they're like patience. What is patience? I almost feel like that's someone's name. Someone named Patience. Is that the name of your friend? All right, let's see here. So, were they actually going to possess you here? We got the star card. Got three. These three cards came out together. So you got the star card here, which is about like you know, um, this is like wishing upon a star. Okay, we'll come back to that here because that feels like I'm hearing the song "Somewhere Over the Rainbow," which "Wishing Upon a Star." I'm like, oh, because it's Disney. Disney, when you wish upon a star, when they do that before the Disney movies, Disney shows on TV is what they're bringing back to me. Boy, they're really in my mind today, aren't they? They're just like pushing all these buttons. Maybe it's the Mercury retrograde. They're like, but and then they brought in um, the Wizard of Oz with Somewhere Over the Rainbow. So all these songs, they were like gonna make you sing maybe. We got the Malika of Coins, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Malika of Cups, the Queen of Cups. So you got this queen energy that's coming in here. Um, this nurturing energy, this connection to the spirit world energy that's coming in here. So I like that because the Queen of Cups is all about empathic and feeling emotion, and I feel like, this is more about your expansion of your spiritual gifts. Now they're bringing in the temperance card. Over time, your energy's been growing and growing and growing and growing. Your ability to pick up on people's emotions probably has been a bit crazy for you too, but you're able to connect through this beautiful love energy of above. So that's why you felt them so strong to where you felt like you were feeling their emotions as if they were your own, and and that is something that happens with empaths, um and you were just in this open space too. You were in this nurturing energy that was coming in here. Let's see what else they have here. Yeah, 4 of Cups, emotional balance. That's funny. And then the High Priestess too. Yeah, so here's all this. The Queen of Cups and the High Priestess are a lot of the same energies for me. But I like this there because Michael J is laughing because he's going, you were so emotionally stable that you were open, and I came in strong because all the emotional pipelines were clear, and you know, before you would receive some, but not the full amount. It's like if there's a clog and you're trying to pour liquid in, the clog has some that overflows, so not everything flows through the tube or whatever, because there's not enough capacity to receive all the emotional, liquid that's coming in. But you've removed a lot of your huge emotional um, clogs, which is allowing this flow. That's that 4 of Cups, the alignment of emotion that came in here too. So very interesting energies that are coming in with all that. But so it wasn't going to possess you, but you were feeling him at a high, high, high vibration emotionally because of you've been changing your emotional um, presence, if that's a good word for it, and where you're at and the clogs, and you were just in this perfect space of receiving. But that's funny that music, and it could have been music that was clicking in here. But yeah, they have that when you wish upon a star and then somewhere over the rainbow um, energy too, if that resonates. So that's what they have for you, Rocky. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. But no possession. You were just feeling them very, very purely. Yeah, look at your aura was probably rainbow. Remember that your aura is a reflection of your thoughts, your emotions, and intentions. So fill it with positive energy and watch it grow. So that's what you've been doing, your aura and your energetic ability. It's like exactly what we were talking about, right? So I love that for you, Rocky. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Yeah, yeah. Um, because I feel like your friend, I keep on wanting to call her Patience. So Patience, that's his nickname for her. So Patience, um, you both were in this place of receiving, but I feel like because this flow of energy was so big for you that it was a bit overwhelming. Um, And so they were like they got the spillover into them, into their aura, into their energy, and they were like, "Oh my god, blah 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 blah." And you're like, so I do feel like a lot of what they said was from them. Whenever there's another human involved, of course, we always have to take it with a grain of salt, um, and see what resonates. Because sometimes what we perceive and comes through isn't always the pure message whenever there's a human involved, even with me. I know what, but you guys understand that, um, there's still, I'm the radio that the radio station comes through, but if I'm perfectly tuned, then the messages come through really, really clear. If I'm just off a little bit, it can come through a little staticky, and that can happen too. So I feel like mainly it was coming through was from him, but there's some static there. So just you'll know what resonated and what didn't, right? So I think that makes sense to you. All right. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation and for letting me connect to the dude. All right. So many blessings. Let me grab this here. Thank you, Diane. I'm going to add your third one down there. All right. So we got A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. We'll add you to the free list here. Welcome, welcome. All right. I think that's the only other person that came in since my last shout out. Yep. All right. So Diana, we circle back here 11353, and then we'll come back around the mountain for number 3 for you here in a moment as well. All right. So thank you so much for your second donation, which is the popcorn, right? So number 2, yeah, this is the one we want to find out here. What was going on the trip, right? So let's take a look here. So how was the 3-hour car ride between them and back? All right. Well, I'm gonna jump in. Let's jump ahead here to the when they met with what was the name? Jason. Were they able to hide it? Let's look at that. uh, did they attempt to hide it? That's that what those are going to be. And then what was Jason's impression? Okay, there we go. And then what was the ride like up? Okay, thank you. None of those. All right. And then what was the ride like back? All right. Got this one. These two. None of this. All right. All right. I think, whoops. Come on, mouse. There we go. Oh yeah, no problem at all. You guys don't ever be afraid to keep me in line because sometimes I skip. I skip. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. I totally miss things too. So, yeah, please, please, because I know I've missed things in the past. So, all right, bottom of the deck, we do have the Nine of Cups. This is an interesting energy because we even got the Three of Cups underneath that, which this is all about. Look at all the groups and the celebration and, all this kind of energy, which I feel like the intentions when they interact with groups is always we don't want to be the downers of groups. And I feel like there's always intention not to, but someone's ability to complete that intention is more powerful than someone else's intention to not do that. And we know who is who. All right. So let's take a look here. Did they attempt to around Jason? We've got the Eight of Coins, yeah, Eight of Pentacles, and the Nine of Swords. I do feel like there was an attempt here because the Nine of Swords is the fear of what people will think and expectations and nightmare insomnia. And the Eight of Coins is someone, it's the energy of work, working at things, getting down and doing the stuff. So I feel like there was intention on both parts to do that, right? um were they were they able to pull the wool over Jason's very observant eyes? I feel they're a bit empathic too. They have a good gut instinct and feeling. I feel like they're like, because we got the death card. So no, they could tell Jason could tell something was up. He was like, what is going on here? This ending, beginning, rebirth, change. Things aren't the way they used to be. Whoa, what's the kind of energy here? So I feel like they attempted, but um, I don't. Does it feel like that Jason hasn't seen him in a while? So those of you that hang around them often kind of have even seen changes. But if it's someone that hasn't seen them in like 3 months or 6 months, even, they'd be like, "What is going on?" Because it's almost like night and day when it's that far apart. Interesting. The trip up, Eight of Swords, flow of conversation. Eight of Swords is a positive energy. It's you know thinking about what of my own thoughts and beliefs make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So it felt like a flow of conversation, but it feels like it was a very kind of a quiet ride on the way up, a lot of reflective energy, because the Eight of Swords is focusing in on what's making me feel blinded, what's making me feel bound and trapped and restricted, and what are my stories. So it feels very quiet, small talk, if any talk, on the way up. I'm listening to a podcast. I think they do that, right? "Well, I'm just going to listen to this. Yeah, I'm going to go in my own little world. Yeah, that's best." The way back, we've got more here. The way back, yeah, we have the Sultan. The Sultan. Here's that Emperor energy, the Ram, the Aries energy, right? Ah, okay, yeah. So that makes sense that they really saw it here. And I feel like with this Sultan, that's what they really one of the things they noticed about FS, because here's that they're more assertive, more powerful, and just the way they're carrying themselves is so different than 3 months ago, right? Definitely a year ago, oh my god, night and day, right? It's like they've made big jumps every 3 months. And so they do feel like they're like, "Wow, what is this?" You know? The ram, not I'm not afraid to the rams, you know, running against each other, you know? Um, so I feel like on the way back, and we'll get more here with these other 2, cards underneath the surface, but the way back seemed very, um FS was standing in that power of their own strength. Let's see what happened here. The Son of Staves, the Knight of Wands. That's fiery, reactive energy, right? And the Daughter of Cups, the Page of Cups. Happy, happy, happy emotional energy. Um, Oh, yeah. So there's a bit of jealousy, it feels here with CP because, well, you were awfully happy and everything with them because, like, you're not acting that way with me, but you'll act that way with other people. I deserve to be treated like this way. Like, I can hear a conversation. Well, if you would treat me like they treated me, I would treat you like that, but you don't treat me like that, so I don't treat you like that. So put that in your hat and smoke it, right? It's like, "Whoa." So I do feel there was a bit of, tension and fire on the way back, and it does feel like there was this the jealousy, and it wasn't like they were flirting with each other or anything like that. It's more the FS was so happy to see them, and they were joyful, and they were, da 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 with Jason, and then like CP would talk, and they'd be, and, and Jason would be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." But I feel like there was a lot of focus on, um, how uh, CP is feeling like they're not being treated like how they're treating everyone else, and that feels like to be the center. Well, not the center. There's a lot at the center, but part of the storm has to do with you don't um, you don't act happy around me anymore, or to the extent you used to. And you act happy around a lot of other people, right? Yeah, even underneath, we got that Empress energy, the self care and watching out for themselves, energy that FS has now. The Empress and the Emperor. I'm nourishing myself, but I'm also, doing this too, right? Yeah, right. So I do feel like there is this, energy. Yeah. In every case, these days, it does feel like I'd rather go hang out with people by myself than you tagging along, but, um, they also know what battles to choose and also, I don't wanna have to we can share the driving. I'll drive up, you drive back. Yeah. So here's the sun energy, the radiating, "I am going to be me." I am not going to dim my light anymore. I'm not going to ask for permission to shine. I am not going to defend my actions any longer. You radiate with inner light, confidence, and authenticity. Just as the sun lights up the sky, your presence brightens the lives of those around you. And that's the thing. She shines bright around other people. And then, you know, it's like, no, I'm not going to shine as bright around you. Your planet doesn't get full sunlight. Yeah. Yeah, that has to do with the wanting to belong, and understandable, in some ways, CP takes on the role as a villain in a lot of people's stories, but it's because they're in their own life, they've taken on a role of as victim to a lot of things. And that's why they act the way they do, because they do feel victimized growing up. And and victims, we usually go two different routes. One is that we go into reclusiveness and shyness and quietness, as FS did, right? And then CP, um, the other way we go is to demand, to put up this wall. It's almost like you take on a split personality of being this, "Rah, I'm big and rah," so that if I'm scary enough, people won't hurt me. The other one is a turtle. If I shrink into my shell, people can't hurt me. So we usually go inward or outward when we feel victimized, especially more extremely, excuse me, victimized, um, is what they're telling me. Which I'm not a licensed psychologist, but that sounds about right though. So so it's understandable why CP does what they do, because they're trying to get love. It's a cry for love is what they're doing. Everything we do is either an expression of love or a cry out for it, and he definitely cries out for it, too, right? Yeah. They're in jail. Yeah, yeah, because 'cause they're afraid. I gotta control when our little inner child feels unsafe and out of control, then it definitely tries to do whatever crazy, unintelligent, unloving, uncompassionate things is what it ends up doing, because it doesn't know any better, to try to feel safe again, right? An emotionally mature adult does things that are intelligent, loving, and compassionate, because they control themselves and realize they can't control the outside world. But when we're feeling like we have to, like our little inner child feels unsafe or out of control, we do try to control everything in the outside world. People, the world, the planet, the asteroids, whatever. We got to control it all to feel safe and in control. And that's, the more we try to control, the more we feel out of control. Thus, the more we try to even be even more in control and realize how out of control we are. And then eventually we just have to give up, and I can't take it anymore. And that's when we go, oh, this feels great, letting control go of everything in the outside world, right? Anyway, so hopefully that helps. All right. So that is what we have for number two. We will circle back around for number three here. Where we're at, we have Maria P. And then we have Footwork or Valerie, Rocky Mountain Deb, then Patty, and then back to you, Diana. And then if Johanna appears anytime, uh, she gets moved to the front of the line, since hers was at the very beginning, but I think she might have fell asleep because she's in Estonia on the other side of the world. All right. You are very welcome. Hey, Moonlight. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I'm doing well today. And oh, sorry, it's so tiny on my computer. Awesome. Hello to you too. All right. So let us jump here. So Maria P, we are at 129.29. Look at that. This is for your donation via the PayPal. All Right, and we'll pull that up here. Yeah, you can get on the list for the free readings. I think there is some space. Um, I think I've only got probably about maybe 10, and got a while before I'll do free readings because I do have several donations there. So you can always throw it out there, and I should probably get to the free readings this evening, majority of them anyway. So if you want to do that, oh right. So let me get out of there. All right. So Maria, let me pull up your email here. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. All right. So, thoughts. And then after your date today, so specifically after that one, okay. When we started talking about his dad who passed away, did he like it? Oh, okay. Let's see what's going on with Papa Son. He explained he oh, okay. He was an a-hole. So what's coming, towards us this weekend? Alright. Whoa. A little bit of stuff here. It looks like you have 2. Well, we'll see what this is about. And then dark side update. Okay, and then, what he thinks about us. Alright. So, his thoughts and feelings overall. All right, we got the strength card and the world card. So, the world card, of course, is a celebration kind of energy. It's reaching one point and moving to a higher point. So, it feels like um, they're getting this energy here. And we even got the courageous strength card energy of the Leo that comes forward here, which is about kind of like this courage and this passion. I feel like things are building to where they're getting that security in of, okay, I feel like things are back on track where, maybe we'll be moving forward. Let's see where else we're going to go here, kind of energy. So, very hopeful. 2 major arcana. So, I feel like they're thinking big, you know, it's big, important things, not just, I wonder where we're going to eat for lunch. It's like, bigger decisions, bigger changes and phases of things, kind of things. So they're feeling much more, uh, connected and much more secure in a future. Right? We've been talking about that. They were like, I'm not sure. It feels like another stage toward feeling that security. After your date today, yeah, 3 of Cups, joy, celebration, feeling very happy, happy, joy energy that's coming in there. So looking on the brighter side of things, it feels, um, overall, they left after the date with that. Because you said you started talking about his dad. Did he like that? It did bring up a little bit of conflicting energy within him, which that makes sense with what you were saying here with, that he felt his dad. They kind of, you know, were that way. Underneath the surface, there was the Wheel of Fortune, you know. I feel like even though it brought up some of the emotions and the energy, I feel like overall, underneath the surface, they felt like, I'm glad that I can talk about this with you. I can be honest and I can share this, um, because it felt safe that they could. So I like that kind of energy there. What's coming towards you guys this weekend? You do have the Daughter of Cups. You do have the Tower card here and the Hermit card here. So I feel like there might be one plan that you guys make that he has to cancel suddenly, and you end up being staying The hermit, of course, is staying by yourself instead of there. But it's with the Page of Cups, it's not something bad. It's something like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I need to go do this. So I can't go do that, but I'll make it up to you because I feel like it brings in something like, um, you know, happier and joyful kind of. So I feel like you're okay with it. It's not like they're like, "Sorry, can't do it." If they're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. This urgent thing came up. I need to run and do that. But then instead of just doing this, we'll do this and this." And you're like, "Okay, deal." That's the kind of thing I feel like happens. Um, yeah. Because you do have the 10 of cups, a lot of passionate energy, the 2 of cups, of course, this energy of togetherness, like growing old together. Aw. That's funny. Some people are already old. You get to grow old with them, right? But there is this energy of togetherness, a lot of energy, passionate energy, energy of togetherness here. So it seems positive with all that. Dark side updates. Yep, Son of Staves. There's a bit of friction going on over there with that Knight of Wands. It's the fastest horse on fire energy that comes in with all of that. So I just feel like the friction and stuff, it just that always inspires them to think about taking more action and movement kind of energy towards the plans that they're making on, just um, moving and getting out of the situations and all that kind of stuff. So it does feel like there's energy that's putting fire under their butt. And then what does he think about us here? Well, we got the Shah of Staves, the King of Wands, and the Daughter of Pentacles, new opportunities in the future here. So I do feel here, with the King of Wands, that um, they do think about what would this new opportunity. The Daughter of Coins, the Page of Coins, is like a heightened opportunity together. So I do feel like they're thinking about that, and they are thinking about where can this lead, right? And again, it goes back to that original kind of reflection of the courage. They're in this place. It feels like more towards, all right, I feel like we got lost. We thought we were going to take a shortcut and we ended up getting lost and separated but now we're back. We found our way back to the freeway and now we're on the freeway again. It's that kind of energy. That's funny. It's like, "Oh, okay, that wasn't a good idea taking this shortcut because we ended up getting lost. But now we're back." Yeah, you got this Libra balancing energy. And Libra rolls over the house of relationships too. It says your diplomatic nature makes you a beacon of security and fairness. Here's that security energy, right? But within your quest for harmony, do not neglect your own needs, right? That's always a good reminder. All right, so that's what they have for you, Maria. So that is um your energy there for that one, and then we'll circle back around eventually for your free one as well. All right. So let me grab here. Let me add you to the list here. So thank you so much, Moonlight. We'll put you on the list here. And then Love and Life 22 Forever. Let's grab yours. We'll put you on the list here too. Up next, we will have Valerie and Footwork. I think she's going to be back any second. In fact, what I'm going to do, uh, all this drinking that I'm doing, and all the coffee I drank before I started has gone through me. I'm going to run to the little boys' room real quick, and I'll come back on because we're going to go longer. I can feel it. So we'll come back, and then I'll give an update on where we're at in the donations, and we'll get back into it. So I'll be right back. adjust my seat here too. There we go. All right. Woof, woof, woof. You're very welcome. Hey, welcome back, Valerie. Just in time for your reading. I was like, I got to run to the little boy's room because all this coffee and water, everything I've been drinking. So you are right up next. So yay, yay, yay. All right. So, Valerie, let's grab your timestamp here. I know you said you were coming back at 7:40, and I'm like, all right, I have a minute to run. So perfect. Oops. That didn't work. Let me try that again. There we go. It helps if you copy everything there. All right, Valerie, welcome back. Thank you for your patience in getting to your reading. Let's give that a love and a like here. And you wanted a general. Absolutely. So, what I'm doing for generals is I'm going to the Three Sisters of Fate. I have these three decks of these. So, I've got them all lined up here. We'll start off with the past. Like, what does Spirit want you to know that's bringing you to this moment in time first? And then we have another stack that will be the present, what they want you to know about the present. And then we'll also look at in the future, of course, what they want you to know about it's important to know about what's happening next and coming next for you. Okay. And that's the future. We're in the future stack now. All right, there we go. What else? Got that. Those three. All right. Well, I like all this here for you. The energy on the bottom of the deck for the past, you actually have the Chariot card. So Cancer Moon energy and the power of choice. And um, I feel like a lot of what's brought you into this moment has to do here with choosing your heart energy. Because we've got the Queen of Pentacles from the past, which is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, choosing your from your heart instead of from your mind kind of energy. You got the Page of Wands, which is taking action, heightened action towards that, and Temperance. So I feel like there's been a little in the past, it's been a little slow moving toward that. You've been putting some energy into it, but the results aren't quite haven't come to fruition, at least in the past. We'll see what the present moment is. It feels like there is some fruition coming like now, which we'll talk about in a sec. But I feel like that's what's been leading you here. Yep, Seven of Pentacles too. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And the Six of Cups energy. There's this energy here of children. It's almost like a childhood dream that's been taking forever to come true, or like um trying to keep the energy of a world of possibilities like a child would is kind of this energy here. So I like this, what's led you up to this moment because you have the Sun card here, as the underlying energy of the moment, which is a bright light. It's a victory card. It's an abundance card. It's a clarity card too, which brings in a lot of, um, like the big light shining its bright light upon everything, even the cobweb corners going, ooh, I didn't know that was there. But it's a lot of clarity that's coming in the moment. And sometimes that can bring clarity around what it is I do want, what I don't want. So I feel like this moment is bringing you clarity. We'll see what these two cards are here. Yeah, got the Six of Pentacles, which is a card of giving and receiving, this balancing out. But you also have the Tower. So There's either something that has just been removed out of your life, either a person or a situation. I don't necessarily feel like it'll be a thing, but because it feels like something that has suddenly out, but it's if you don't see it now, you will see it later why this was important. That this be removed out of the way because it's creating space for that which is truly in alignment with your soul, opening up the path for you to move forward into something that's in alignment with who you are and who you're wanting to become and what you're wanting in life. So I do like that, awareness, because if we know that this thing being removed wasn't being done to us, it was being unfolded for us, it's a good energy um, that comes in with that. This is leading you to the Four of Wands, which is joy and celebration, which we like. That's a good card. The overall future, where you're headed, what they want you to know for the future. It's important to know. Yeah, here's that. I've got three decks, so there's an opportunity for cards. Here's that Chariot card coming in again. The power of choice and the Magician. So important for the future to be aware that whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. Your power of choice, that whatever happens in the outside world doesn't mean anything. You're the one that assigns the meaning, the story, through your power of mental choice. What story am I choosing? Lower vibration or higher vibration, right? My emotion, I get to choose how I feel. People can't make me feel anyway. They can make it easier or harder for us to choose lower vibration or higher vibration emotions, but ultimately, we're the ones that get to decide it. Someone can make it really easy to choose love, higher love, and we can choose to be "Rah," or they can make it very hard for us to choose unconditional love, but we can still do it. That's our choice. That's our power. What energy you put out is what you get back. What physical actions you take also brings that same type of energy back. So, um, the Magician and the Chariot card, very powerful energies for the future to be aware of. Yeah, because you have the Tower. How you respond, this was underneath the Magician and the Chariot. How you choose to react or respond to Tower moments when things get removed out. If I'm like, "Oh, this is happening to me," I draw in more happening to me energy, right? If I'm like, "This is for me and thank you," then I get in more things that match my gratitude and higher vibration. So very important, to know going forward. Hey, you've got this wonderful abundance energy. If you will follow your calling, what you feel, where you feel your soul is drawing you, with the Judgment card here, that's your higher self pulling you into something that matches that vibration. You've got the Nine of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles. You got financial and external independence and abundance, and the Page of Pentacles, external abundance energy that comes in, and heightened opportunities that open up in the future here. I don't feel like this has to do with love. Love feels like it's something that comes a little later, because this feels like dream. What's my dream? Like, how do I want to express my heart to the world? So it's not like to an individual, but to the world. So it feels like career, work. It almost like makes it feel less by calling it work or career. It feels like sharing my dream feels like more accurate, with all this energy. So I love all this for you, Valerie. Oops, I just took all these cards and put them all back into the same stack. We'll just mix them up a little bit here. Is there anything else they want to add here? Don't think we're going to grab your fortune cookie here, as well. But that Chariot card just showed up on the bottom of another deck after I took the cards back in here. So power of choice is so important for your adventures coming up here. What's led you to where you're at, but I feel like they want you to be aware that the future isn't fated, it's full of possibilities. And so, whatever you focus on is what you're co creating and drawing things in for your life. Yeah, you have Uranus, powerful energies. Your ability to think outside the box and embrace unconventional ideas makes you a harbinger of transformation and progress. I like that. Thinking outside. All right. So that's what they have for you, Valerie. So many blessings to you. Hey, Sudeshni, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Let me add you to the list here, too. All right. Okay, so we'll be moving forward here. So we have Deb, you are up 152.04. Boom, boom. There we go. Thank you so much for your donation. Appreciate that. We'll give you a love and a like there. So, Colorado childhood memories, releasing shadows, fun. Messages from ancestors or spirit guides around the vision experiences you had as a child, but told that they weren't real. All right. Absolutely. Let's take a look here. Here you are. Hello. Good to see you. Cheers. 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 I do have some the guides of the hidden realms oracle that I'm being drawn to. So we'll pull from that. And then some tarot too, they say. So let's pull here. Okay, what's your card? And then let's see what we got here for tarot clarity. So, what about these visions and experiences that you were told were figments of your wild imagination? Yeah. All right. Let's scooch these down here real quick. Yeah. Okay. Feeling the thin veil and having lots of memories. Yeah. Well, definitely the bottom of the deck, you do have the five of wands, the movement of energy, and a lot of this togetherness, this group energy that's here. Even under that, you have the hermit, which is connecting to the higher realms that comes in there. But um, you know, so definitely there was a lot of transformation and you were surrounded by, of course you're surrounded by still by a lot of people, but they really made themselves known to you at an early age. And I feel like it's like they were all tethering you. That's an interesting energy. It's like they were tethering to you in strong ways early. It's like they were, because I have a picture of like five cowboys, even though they're playing polo here. There's five cowboys on horses, and there's this bull that's running, and they all tether with ropes, doing the lassos, tethering because this bull has like a saddle on it, and that little prong thing. They're all tethering it so they can help guide you in strong ways later in life. And I feel like this was a request that you had. You're like, buckle up early, buddies, because we're gonna go for a ride. And so I feel like that's why they came in very strong when you were younger to help get the hooks in early to help pull you in the directions and those important times onto the paths you wanted them to pull you onto. So that's interesting. Bottom of the deck, not the bottom of the deck, but your oracle card is emergence of protection, boundaries, self-preservation, trusting in divine protection. Yeah. How funny. Yeah, hold on, because here I go. And this is the protection. So I feel like this was a big piece of it. Let's see what they bring in with this message here. Yeah, trusting divine protection despite temporary turmoil. The need for protection implies the existence of a threat that must be guarded against. Can you feel, however, that you are not the only one looking out for you? We inherently know that our lives are brief and we will experience highs and lows before we return to spirit. When we call upon higher forces, it makes it safer and easier to move through the world. As you progress on your journey, trust in divine protection. Unnecessary harm will not come to you if you follow the prompts, signs, and nudges along the way. Shield your energy by setting healthy boundaries. In this way, you teach others how to treat you respectfully as well as underscore your own self respect. On the rare occasion that someone crosses your clear boundaries, you'll be able to respond effortlessly and dispassionately because you know yourself so well. You're doing the inner work to know who you are. You know your boundaries and broadcast them. Now trust that the mission you're on comes with divine direction and divine protection. You can do this. There's nothing to fear today. This is interesting that they had this, right? And I'm gonna read the reversal here too. Hey, oh, you left, Valerie. I thought you were here. I completed yours. You came in when I went to the restroom and I came back and I completed yours. So here's your timestamp. All right. So the reversal, I feel like this is an important piece of why they came through so strongly. Because this talked about removing yourself from a situation can be an act of self-preservation. Despite your good intentions, things might have gone awry. Perhaps you wanted to help someone but ended up in an enmeshed situation. Maybe the other person expected too much, or perhaps you did. You may not have set strong enough boundaries in the beginning because you unconsciously went into rescue mode or people pleasing, which was more about your old ways of trying to feel safe, worthy, or needed than about them. So it's time to step back, step out, and step away. Release your need to blame and take responsibility for your part in the interaction. Check your motives and redirect your energy to cleaning up your own side of the street. Everything will work out beautifully as this choice is best for everyone. Remember that rejection is God's protection. So I feel like they did do a lot of this, you know, pulling you in these directions and you know, lassoing other things and pulling it out of your life for you, right? And so the experiences you had when you were younger, um, in a way, was that energetic lassos, I feel like. Let's see what else came in here through the tarot too. Yeah, the magician, the alchemist, showing you your power. Um, your energy drew in a lot. Back then, you were very much wanting that strong connection back then, because it was the groundwork for a lot of things that allowed you to step into your power later, in life too. What else? You've got the Son of Staves, so the Knight of Wands, the quest of stepping into your power, rejected but protected, right? The Nine of Wands, yeah, the boundaries, the things that kept you from other things too. So you had a lot of energy and they tried to do stuff to keep you contained so that for your own safety, kind of energies here. Yeah, you have the judgment card, your higher self calling you. So they were pulling you. Yeah, there's that lasso pulling you and the six of swords. Yeah. Always showing you things from higher perspectives and allowing you to learn and grow. and you did, this is about letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from that higher perspective, which allowed you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And again, there, I'm showing a tugboat taking a big battleship into harbor. And so they took you out of storms, helped you recover from the storms you went out in your experiences. And they were tugboats, you know, grabbing and pulling. Again, this rope and pulling energy was more so than they weren't shoving or pushing you. They were just drawing you in directions. Six of staves. Yeah, all this love and support that you had. Yeah, even the nine of cups. You got all these people surrounding you and supporting you. And I feel like that's was a big part of the experiences and what you were getting there to show you that you weren't alone. Even especially in situations in the physical world when you felt alone with the people around you, even though you might have been around people, you might have felt alone in a crowd, alone in a group. And they were like, we especially try to make ourselves known before, during, and after those things. Before to prepare you, during it to help support you, and afterwards to help um, nurture, to help support you. It's like they want to just give you a hug and go, "We're here. You are supported." So I love all that. And then the 3 of Cups, yeah. So here's all your spiritual posse, your spiritual team making themselves known, that we were always with you. That was us. You weren't imagining things. We were trying to make ourselves known to you, before, during, and after all of the experiences you had, because that was the dealio, out of love and because you asked for it, because they wouldn't normally pull uh, us in that strong of a way, but they did with you. So let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. So hopefully that helps, Dep Dep. Yeah, all the tugs, right? Yeah, and your north node drawing you towards your dream, towards your destiny, right? Allow lessons and experiences to unfold at their own pace and trust that each step is a necessary part of your soul's evolution and part of your self discovery. I love that. So it's such a North Node thing. They were drawing you towards your what you chose to want to learn here, but with a long rope. The leash was long. You could wander wherever you wanted, but they were tugging you towards something, but you could always wander off and go, because the rope, you could go all the way in all these directions, but they were still nudging you slowly towards this direction, per your previous agreements. That's funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, Deb Deb. Thank you again for your donation. I love that journey. They are so hilarious. All right. So many blessings. And thanks for those pictures of the aurora borealis. I know that was here in Colorado, but I missed it completely living in the cellar. So, supposedly it was even down here, we got the pink skies and all of that fun stuff. So, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So, Patty, you are up next. Let's grab your second timestamp here. Thank you so much. Boom, boom, for your additional donation. Let's give that here. Scroll, scroll. There we are. Give that a love and a like here. So back to your reading. All right. What does it mean for you in relation, to moving back home? Should you forgive them, forget the past history and give benefit of a doubt, or just move on while loving them still? Oh, I know, right? Your first aurora. I love that. My brother was stationed in Alaska, and they used to see it all the time up there, of course. But he was like, it was beautiful. I bet they saw it in northern Idaho too. All right, let's take a look here. So, Patty. So let's take a look here around this energies here of just because there's no shoulds, of course. From their perspective, there's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. When we come down to what actions we want to take or don't want to take, they're like, we're fine with whatever adventure you want to go on. So there's no judgment from them, but we'll take a look here and see. I feel like we've got here 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card, 3 card, 1 card here. I feel like this is outcomes. There's a countdown to something here, and we'll look at here. So you do have the bottom of the deck. You have the Ace of Wands, which again is reinforcing here that you're the one who gets to choose your adventure, right? Whatever you focus your energy is what you draw in. So whatever stories you create with your mind and your mental energy, whatever emotions you expand by your focus of your emotional energy, and whatever physical actions you take puts out energy. So our mind, our heart, and our physical body, 3 areas. And then we just have like that intentional area, that energy that actually gets expressed through those 3 ways into the outside world, right? But our energy and our aura draws things to us as well. But we do express it through those 3 different areas of human existence, right? So hopefully that makes sense. But let's take a look. Um, I feel like each of these answers these questions. So about forgiveness, sorry, my fingernail was coming off. I know I'm getting nervous. Why am I getting nervous? Um, so this okay, what if you forgive them? This is the energy of this. So you've got the Malika of Cups, the Queen of Cups, the Master of Emotion. She doesn't just rule over emotion, she's the master. She gets 2 portions of cups. You have the 5 of Swords. Yeah, here's that conflict energy, right? Conflict between the head and the heart, and the 7 of Coins. 7 of Pentacles. That's funny because this is like, well, you don't have to rush into it, but what this comes in here is the conflict exists within you, right? And this has been going on for quite a long time. The 7 of Pentacles, it's been, bringing you fruit. The unforgiveness has been bringing you fruit in your life. Because when you plant a thorn bush, you get thorns. So the thorns in our life come from what we've planted. Forgiveness is not about them for everyone else. This is forgiving to myself. The forgiving is, I mean, it's like they always say, or like, right, drinking poison thinking it's going to hurt someone else. Because the forgiveness is really pain. And that's when we're talking about, no longer choosing to be a vessel of pain, right? Because I'm the one carrying the pain, they aren't. And so when I forgive, I'm forgiving for my sake and for my mental, emotional, energetic stability and experience, not theirs. Because they probably already forgot. They're gonna look at you going, "What? I did what?" A friend of mine, she had, was it 3 older brothers? I think it was 3 older brothers. For sure 2. I think it was 3 though. And she realized when she was, I mean, she felt they were horrible to her. She was the only girl before they, adopted another girl, um, and merciless she felt. And she carried some stuff for a very long time, and she's, I think she was in her 50s, maybe her, let's see, how old is she? She's 10 years older than me. So, when she went to go visit, she came back, um, and she told me, she goes, "I told my brother about, do you remember when you did da da da?" And he was like, "What? I did?" And she was like, "They didn't even realize it." And I'm like, "Yeah, they probably forgot it right after they did it, but you carried it for 50 years," because it happened when she was a toddler or a young thing, and they're like, "They didn't remember it." And he's like, "Yeah, we're the ones that carry it all, not them." So this is for you, and I feel like this is what it's mastering your emotions, doing this for you, getting the conflict that's going on between your head and your heart, and this allows you to do it. And the 7 of Pentacles is it's been in there for a long time. Um, it's not going anywhere. It's still impacting you in your life, but do it for you, not for them. So I like, should you forgive them? Always. We should always forgive everyone if we want the highest experience in our life, because non-forgiveness uh, clusters and blocks our emotional flow, our self love, and our ability to give and receive love to the outside world, our ability to receive and give to the outside world in other ways too. Um, so it's for you, not for them, right? Forget the past history. That's what's great about well, you have the power to release with the 10 of swords here. 10 of swords is I'm tired of people pleasing. I'm letting go of the old stories. And that's up to you with the king of wands. You're the ruler over your kingdom. But forgetting the past history, the whole thing is that forgiveness isn't about forgetting. Forgiveness is letting go of the wrath, pouring out the pain so that we don't have to feel it anymore and be that vessel of the pain. The forgetting the past is that's how we learn, like that's why we struggle with forgiveness because we think I have to forget it. I'm going to let him off the hook and blah 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 blah. Right? It's like no, we don't have to forget what other people did. In fact, as humans, we seldom can forget because that's how we learn. I touch fire, it burns. I remember pain, so I don't do it again. But there is something around this. I don't have to forget the past, but I can change the story of the past. And something about, um, like whatever has happened, I could have chose a horror story of pain and suffering and victimhood, right? And that's why I don't want to relive that story. I'm going to rewrite that story. I'm going to rewrite it and go instead of it being someone tied to the railroad tracks, I'm going to go and rescue myself. I'm going to change the story to this is the beginning, like every movie, like a lot of movies, right? It starts off with, oh, the hero is going through horrible things, getting beat up and going through hell, right? For them to discover themselves and discover their power, and then they stand up to the bully, but they find their inner strength. And that's the change of the story, right? Realizing I people did what they did back then. They did the best they could with what they knew, with what they experienced, and their energy in the environment. If we can give people, like you said, the benefit of a doubt, we can give everyone the benefit of a doubt, including ourselves, that we all do the best we can in the moment. Now, and I even think I talk about this in my the podcast that I just put out here, the knockout round. So if you want to check that out, the playlist is in the description box. I just posted it. It just posted today, this morning. So you might see the social post too, but it's out there. But it is this we may now we look back, I wouldn't do the things I did when because I've learned through things. So I'm not gonna do what I did before, but I did the best I could at the time with what I knew. Now I know more, I would be different. So we can give people the benefit of a doubt that they did the best they can, and they always will, but the power that I gave them over my life, that's on me. I can go, "You know what? No longer, no longer." Um, I there was this wonderful, I forget his name. He's on Instagram. I was just listening to today because it's about anger and how letting go of things is what frees us. And when I'm not letting go and I'm in anger, it's like letting go, the way he said it, letting go makes me look like a lion. Rawr, right? When I'm able to let go and not let other people's actions impact me. When I let other people's actions impact me, I look like a dog because I'm obeying, I'm reacting to whatever they're doing, telling me to do with their actions. I'm reacting. I'm rolling over, playing dead, barking, whatever, right? And I love that energy because this is empowering for you that I'm not going to forget the past history, but I'm going to rewrite it and I'm going to add the hero to the story. And you're the hero to your story. Going, yeah, I wanted everything to happen. And that's how we change from life happened to me to why did I want this to happen for me? That's where the freedom comes in, right? The forgiving is the for me energy too. Oh, wow. So the wheel of fortune, which is knowing that everything that happens in life is for me, it's the tune of for me. Forgiving is also for me. It gives to me. I give back to myself. That's what forgiving is. Wow. Boom. I love that. All right. What else? Yeah. Oh, because you were gonna go, move on while loving them still? The Empress, loving yourself, you know? Empress energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creativity, giving, harvest, and, you know, make decisions that are for you, not for everyone else, right? So you're like, "You know what? Moving back will help me, um, be able to get my bearings and go the direction I want," right? This will be for me. And so I feel like here, um, like you could not do anything and any of this transformation for you, and you're just going to continue to experience what you've experienced because you're doing the best you can with what you have. But this growth that comes in, this energy that comes in for you um, allows you to transform your life because all that stuff, even though it's below pushed down here, it's still running. It's running on autopilot. It's still impacting your life. Once you bring it up and you pour it out, and then you're like, it's like having pebbles in your shoe. You're walking on them. You're used to walking on them. You're like, yeah, it's okay. But once you take the pebbles out, you're like, oh my God, this feels so good, right? So let's see where this is leading you. If you do this inner work, if you release this energy and look at rewriting your history based your herstory, right? The way that from a place of power instead of from a place of that this happened to you. What does this do for you? Yeah, you have the Sultan, you become the Emperor. You move from the Shah of Staves, the King of Wands, to the Emperor who rules over all kings. You step into your power. You get to decide without all of that influence what you want to do with your life. You do find direction. You have a rebirth, a death, the death card, death and rebirth, the daughter of staves, the page of wands, stepping into your power, clarity around your power and what you want to do with your life. So these things, these beliefs that are influencing you, once you bring them up and you transform them, they don't influence you anymore. Yeah. The three of swords, the heartache, the heartbreak, this is what's underneath there. The core that can be transformed, right? The fears that we have that keep echoing from the past. So I feel like it that helps when we realize this isn't about letting people off the hook. It's like, but it's about changing the story that things, I was out of control and things happened to me. To before I came down here, I knew what kind of life I could have with the family I chose because I chose my family. I chose all of my possible relationships, my whole life. We chose it before we came down here. We weren't just thrown down and said, deal with it. We looked and go, I'll have this life. I see all the possibilities. This is the one I want. And so you chose it for a reason. And now you can look at it and reflect on going, all right, so how drunk was I when I chose this life? All right. And then your fortune cookie. Yeah, Pluto. Yep, this death and rebirth energy definitely coming in here. All right. Your willingness to confront the darkness within you opens the gateway to profound healing and soul evolution. Let the transformation begin. Boom. Can't make that up, Patty. You can't make that up. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. If you're, I have forgiven, just cautious of the triggers. Yeah. Well, if there's triggers, then there could be still some stuff there, right? Because if once we've forgiven, then the triggers go away. Because that's what um, triggers are triggered by fears, which are attached to all those things, right? So if I transform those things, then there is that, right? You were in your right mind. I think we all were at the same little margarita, the Margaritaville, right before we all came down here. Like, what lifetime did we all choose? Whoa, sure, I'll take that one. Yeah, 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 extra heart. Yeah, I'll take it from that bucket. But you definitely have uh, all the strength you need. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. But you don't have to do anything you don't wanna do, but, definitely if you have about going back there, then there's stuff down there. Otherwise, it wouldn't even come up for you to question whether to go. You'd be like, "Yeah, I can go." Not, so there's bubbliness below the deck there. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. And it's not forever. You're not going back into prison, you get to choose to go back and transform things, see things differently, see them as the hurting children that they were. Because that's what happens, uh, when we're feeling unsafe and out of control. All humans, we revert to 8-year-olds or younger. So, you know, what are you gonna do? You're very welcome. Thank you again. All righty. So I think we had some other people come in. Hello, hello, everyone. So, Sudeshni, thank you for your additional one here too. So we'll put times 2 there. Hello, hello. I think I said hello to you already. We have just Alice. Hee hee. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll add you to the list here too. And I'll let everyone know where we're at on the donations here. Almost at 2.5 hours. So after Diana will be up next for number 3. So we'll finish yours, and then I'm going to go do about 30 minutes of free readings. And then I will return back to donations, and we'll have Summer, Love and Life, Sudeshni times 2, just Alice. Um, and then if you JoJo, if I see it from her, we got hers too. But we definitely will complete those. So that's where we're at right now. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here and all the thumbs up. I just appreciate all your love and support. That's a way that you can show a little love. For me, is that little like button. It just helps spread the Zen love, and you're part of that love tsunami. So thank you guys. All right, let me take a sip here. Here we go. Here we go, Diana. Cheers to you. That's it for the coffee. Now we can start on the tea. Put that over here. Let me just switch these out real quick. All right. So Diana, 225, 45. There we go. Let's move that off of there. There we go. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for your multiple donations and for the popcorn. This is going to get good, isn't it? All right. So, diving into some more tea and popcorn, Spirit mentioned FS and CP's relationship. Yeah, it's coming to an end. What will that look like when the time comes? And with the way things have been escalating, when does Spirit? Oh, see this happening, right? Yeah, it does seem like things have kind of went a little ludicrous speed, right? Let me just make sure here. Okay. All right, just catch up, making sure I didn't miss any of your other comments there. Oh no, ludicrous. Well, it does seem to be the boldness and the all astrological energies. There's so much that can change the speed of things. Wow. The card that just fell out of the deck. And the emperor energy of them stepping up, they really this Aries, it doesn't feel it here, right? Yeah, I know, right? I love that. Wow. So we'll pull from the learning tarot. We'll dive in and see the when, and then let's see how that what that looks like based on their current energies and current trajectory. Can we know like time frame on the ending energy? Aries, and that's funny with the because the emperor and is Aries energy behind it. And Aries season is spring, right? March 20th, right? So I feel like it's springtime, March 20th to April 20th. Did you ever see what was it called? Broadway? No, where they had springtime for Hitler in Germany. It was a comedy show that they had that in their Brad. It feels like it's meant to be. Anyway, that's what they just played in my head now too. Springtime for Hitler in Germany. But there's this, um, change energy with that emperor too. But let's see here. We got the Page of Swords energy. Here's the communication. Clarity comes in here. Um, and we've got Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy. So we've got January 20th to February 18th. Did we get this before? This seems familiar, but I feel like there's clarity that comes in. Communication starts January 20th to February 18th. So I feel like decisions and clarity are made during that time, but the actual completion happens more March 20th to April 20th. Yeah. So that is interesting. Let's see what this looks like though. Because I feel like this decision making, I feel like it comes from um, FS with this emperor energy being their energy coming in here, right? Let's see here. What does this look like? What can we know about this situation here? Whoa, okay, thank you. Cards just flying out. Yeah. And we do see here, here's the Son of Swords, which is the Knight of Swords that comes in here, right? Which does have to do with um that's the movement of communication and the movement of clarity too. Yeah, right. Yeah, we got plenty of cards to answer that for sure here. There's something underneath here about the Lovers card underneath the surface here, as well. Um, so we'll see what this is about here. because there has been infidelity in the past that was that they were aware of, right? But I feel like there's more information that comes out about, and I feel like this might be about the past, but um let's see what this is about here because we've got um the Shah of Coins, the King of Pentacles that comes in here, and the Devil card, yeah. So there is this shaking and rattling of the outside world here. And I do feel like there's some long-held beliefs that are challenged. This feels like it has to do with finances and the physical world, not so much the heart and love energy. But I do feel like what a big piece of this is has to do with money and possessions and this what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine mentality that they're like, no, I get mine, you get yours. And why is it always you're eating off of my plate, but I can't eat off of yours? Yeah, it feels like isn't there yeah. It feels like there was yeah, infidelity in the past that kind of makes itself known. It's almost like we knew something happened and we just smoothed it over, but more information comes out that it wasn't just like it was just that one time and it was like no, it was many times. And it's like you lied to me. I feel like that's some of this that speeds it along too. It just feels like there's stories that come out. I don't know. We'll dive more into that here, I'm sure. But, yeah, I feel like that's kind of something that's really coming in here strongly because, again, here's that emperor, like, "Wait a minute, I'm on the short end of this deal. We're talking, these deals," right? It's like if I'm an emperor over an empire and you're an emperor over an empire, and, I give you 500 of these things, but I get hardly anything back. We need to renegotiate, and it's this renegotiation that, kinda sends things into a stupor. Um There is this energy here too of the 5 of Wands, conflict around wanting to be left alone with the Hermit card energy here. Um, there's a bit of, I would say, why I'm trying to put this at YouTube speak. I have to filter it. Spirit would just be like, "Blah, blah, blah, blah." You're just like, well, do you wanna get me canceled? You wanna get me booted off here?" Um You're so cold to me, um, why would you blame me if I, found warmth somewhere else? You picking up? Okay, good. So, I feel like that's some of this too is this coldness and this, "I just wanna be left alone" energy. Yeah, not canceled. Okay. Let's see what else we got here too. Yeah, the 4 of Cups. Yeah, there's the stagnancy energy with the 4 of Cups. The 9 of staves, the walls that are formed. We talked about the walls before, I think. 6 of swords. Yep. Changing of mindsets, creating change in the outside world. So the more that and I feel like there's been a lot of internal changes been going on with FS that are making their way out into the physical world now. It took a little bit of time, but it's like, the more I'm clarifying here, the faster it's coming out here. And that's what I feel like with this Aries, this Emperor energy is no. And once you learn your power of
No. No.
you, it gets addictive, um, wanting to say no more because when you've been saying yes all your life when you wanted to say no, once you start to say no, it is awesome feeling, right? So you just start saying no, even if you want to say yes. No, I don't want that. Well, I do, but no. So interesting. And this makes sense with the acceleration that's coming up here. What else does this look like? Yeah, and the Shah, here's that King of Wands energy. There's that Emperor energy. So the Emperor energy kind of came flying out of the deck by itself, but here is that same I'm making choices for me. And the more I realize what I want, what I don't want, I'm really more comfortable with saying no to what doesn't align with where I want to go. Whereas before I would, sink my dream for someone else. She's really stepping into her power here. And I feel like that's what's causing friction. And it makes sense. In fact, if you listen to the knockout round, the what I just put out today, I talk about a situation where I call it shawarma. The shawarma, Mount Shawarma was where I took my stand in my life. And I talk about the power of no in the podcast today because someone that knew me when I was in high school, which I was a yes person, people pleasing, whatever, especially to them, I had a crush on them. And so I would, whatever they wanted. Yes, yes, yes. People were like, how far up their butt are you going? Right. Well, 20, 30 years later, after not interacting a whole lot, gonna go visit all these friends from high school and my family and other people on this big tour that I was doing, up up the upper northwest all the way down to the southwest? Yeah, like up into Oregon and Idaho and California in the background. And, they wanted me to bring in them some shawarma, and I won't go into the story. If you wanna hear the full story, check out the podcast, but, um, that was where they thought I was this old person that would say yes to everything, but I had changed, and that's when I was learning my power of no, and it caused and you wouldn't think it would, but it did. But this is what I feel is happening. This is the energy they're giving me is this boom energy, and it's like, yeah, um, it's time for no, right? So, yeah, 7 of staves. Yeah, I'm gonna be true to my authentic self. I'm not gonna ask permission to shine. I'm not going to dim my light. I am going to shine. And so this is what it's kind of just like a combustible fire that ignites here with them, and that's what springs it forward. But I do feel here um, that this is January 20th to February 18th is when the decision is made and communicated. It's like, all right, this is what needs to happen, and this is the best way to part ways. And I do feel like there's a January 20th to February 18th is where a lot of communication goes back and forth. Because I feel like there's a lot of strings, strings attached to one another that they have to dismantle. And they're reminding, is this the one they used around the necklaces being all together? I don't want to rip the necklaces apart. Um, so it takes time to dismantle the things to where then the finalization happens. But I feel like it just keeps it's like the canyon, the floodwaters just keep making the canyon bigger and bigger and bigger. But time lapse, it goes faster than Doesn't take a century for the canyon to be built. The floodwaters come and do that more. And I don't feel like it's one particular thing either. I just feel like it's a bunch of everything that just keeps happening around, you know, emotional things. Like I feel like they more is talked about what you're not doing, you're not loving me like I want you to love me. And, and then stuff bubbles up because I feel like things get snarkier and more bold from CP in saying stuff. And they tend to speak before they think and then they share stuff. And, FS, they're really good about putting two and two and two and two and two together and going, oh, so you're saying da 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 da. And they're like, oh, oops. uh, they let something out that because FS is really good um, at remembering what was said and not said. And they're like, "No, you said this before." And they're like, "Well, no, I didn't say that." And it's like, "No, you did. And it doesn't matter what you say. I know, kind of energy." Oh my gosh. Fortune cookie, Aries energy. Here's all that Aries, ram, springtime, 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 right? Your fiery passion fuels your actions, and your determination lights the way. Remember, though, patience can be just as powerful as haste. So I feel like at this point, I feel like FS knows what they want to do, but they're biding their time and planning and preparing with a little bit of like, well, we'll see. I'm not 100%, but I feel like they're 99% right. I feel like it was from CP, is the one, the infidelity, because that's where I feel like it comes from, you know? Like, they know that it happened before, but you cut off communication with them, I thought you said. And they're like, "Uh, I did, eventually." Oh, you left out that little tidbit, there's, like, little stuff that comes up in the arguments, um, you know? And I feel like FS knows too, like, "You're so cold, we haven't, been intimate and blah, blah, blah." Well, why don't you call so and so? I'm sure their phone number is uh, still in your phone. Ooh, zip, 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 zip. So, but I don't feel like it's one particular thing, like I think I went off on a bunny trail because 'cause they're bringing me back. It's not one thing, it's, emotional, but it's also has to do with work and possessions and money and body and, um, finances. It just feels it's a little bit of everything from everywhere, but I do feel here that FS knows already. Like, they've already pretty much know on the inside. I know, right? To, find out, uh, you know, what's the next steps and what I need to do. Because I feel like they know, but they know, but they haven't let it go on to the no. Like, I'm 90% sure this is where this is headed, but it's it's the holidays. Let's just wait and see until January. So, all right, you're gonna make another donation. Okay. We'll dive in. We'll dive even more. Uh-oh. All right. So that is what they have for that one there. Hey, Tarot Oddity, you definitely can here. I will add you to the free. In fact, I'm about to start half hour of free readings. Let me make sure I got everybody here. Okay, yeah. So once I complete the free readings, then I'll up next will be Moonlight, also known Summer. Love and Life, Sudeshni times 2, just Alice, if Johanna jumps back on, and of course, Diana, after you make your other donation, you'll be up after that too. I'll add you to the list already because I know you'll do that. Um, so, um, we will circle back, and finish all donations after that as well. All right. So I know. How can I leave you with a cliffhanger? All right. So I do believe I have all of the free readings already lined up here. So we will jump in here and we will start. So at Teshi Singh, you're at 246.46. Look at that. So I'm starting a little later. But we will do 30 minutes here. There we go. So, Teshi, are you currently on HL's radar with everything going on? All right, let's take a look here. These free readings, of course, go a little faster. They're just 1 to 2 cards. We don't dive as deep into those. But if you do want to dive deep, then we can definitely do that, right? All right. You're so funny, Diana. Let's see here. We got here, Ateshi, we've got the Knight of Swords, which is the Son of Swords in this deck, and Malika of Cups, which is the Queen of Cups. I do feel like you're on the radar with this here, but I don't know, it feels like options, not like you are because they're showing me an air traffic controller radar with a bunch of different planes on the radar. So it's not just like honing in like a submarine where they're following one ship. This is multiple dots on this radar screen that's coming in here. And so I feel like you're on their mind and in their heart, but it's not just you. So you're in there, you're on there, but they also are not super focused in on just one individual. Um, which just I kind of feel like when we've talked about HL that they do have this um shaky something and bakey kind of life going on where they don't know what they're doing. They don't know where they're headed. They're kind of feel aimless and confused. And so I just feel like that's kind of what's going on. And that includes love and interests and what they want to do with their life and who they want their friends to be and where they want to work and what they want to do and blah blah blah. But it just keeps it going on and on and on and on. So so hopefully that helps. You are there, but it's not just you. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Dollface Diva. You are up. Hello, hello. Good to see you. There we go. And then like a general. All right, let's take a look here. So what does Spirit want you to know right now? You do have the Three of Swords and the Fool's card here. So the Three of Swords represents, when we have expectations, that equals disappointment. And the Fool card is like the ending of a cycle and the beginning of a whole new journey, a whole new adventure, free of expectations. So I do feel like you've been, and this is every area, relationships of all kinds, right? Friends, family, lovers, whoever, jobs, situational things, and things. Whenever we have expectations or anything, it sucks the life out of everything. And I feel like you're at a transitional area where you're like, I'm just tired of expecting so much and feeling disappointed. And I'm at a place where I'm tired of people expecting stuff out of me and being a disappointment to them. I'm ready just to be free of all this and start this new adventure of a world of possibilities instead of trying to live up to all this. Because when I'm trying to live up to expectations, I feel like I'm behind and I'm trying to get to 0. And once I get to 0, which is the full card, right, it's all above and beyond energy from there. It's abundance. But we have so many expectations. It takes so much time and effort just to try to get to 0 that we live most of our life feeling in lack, feeling behind, feeling less than. And as we're focusing on those less thans, we get more less than. Where when we come to the full card, it's about being grateful for what I have had or what I am having, the world of possibilities. Then we draw in possibilities and gratitude and things we're grateful for come in. The other pushes things away because we're focusing in on lack. So I feel like you're at a transitional point, is what they're bringing in here about what what am I trying to fix? What do I think is broken? What am I trying to control? Who am I or what am I trying to change? Underneath all those is what am I fearing? Because those are those expectations. Those are the things that are pushing things away. We can spend 10% of our time on the triggers that keep going, hey, 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 that come up all the time, but spend 90% of your time on joy, gratitude for what you have and what you have had, because that's what brings in that change. Joy, laughter, higher vibration, draws in things that match that. I feel like that's the big message that's coming in right now for you, Diva. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they got for you there. So many blessings to you, right? Brenda Globy, you are up. Let's grab yours here. And where are KTH and AS in their journey towards union? All right, let's take a look here. Thank you. Well, I don't know. We got the I don't know. I don't know where they're at. I don't think they know where they're at because we got the chariot, which is the power of choice energy, and we've got the high priestess, which is going up into my high priestess temple to understand what it is, see things from a different perspective, reflect on my own emotions. A lot of reflection energy before making choices. So I feel like if we're going to ask, like, where are they at? They're at a big crossroads. Which way are we going to go with this energy here? And I feel like there's a lot of self reflection going on here, real connection with emotions going, where is it that I want to head in this? Um, and um, what are the, let's say, what are the options? And I know that sounds bad, but sometimes we'll be like, well, I really enjoy this person and go this direction, but this mirage of a dream of we have of what we feel like the perfect person for us would be, kind of weighing it out and kind of determining, is this as close to that as I can get? Or is there's someone even closer to that mirage of a person that doesn't exist in the outside world, but we're trying to get something close as we can to this dream, right? And I feel they're both in that kind of weighing it out. Is this really what is going to make my heart feel full? And I feel like that's where they're kind of at in their energy right now. So hopefully that helps, Brenda. I know they're kind of in that. It can go a variety of different ways, and decisions haven't been made yet. So that's what they got right now. So many blessings to you, right? Musical beer, you are up. And you like a general for the next 24 hours. What does Spirit want you to know about the next 24 hours? Okay. Number one. What else? Anything else? Okay. First one that came out, the Nine of Cups, which is a big dreams come true, emotional kind of fulfillment energy coming in here. And the Hierophant, two powerful cards. The Hierophant is about what is the dream. It's almost reminds me of the Judgment card, but this is like spirit is pulling and nudging you. And I feel like this is an important time in your life to go, Am I making decisions out of what I think I'm supposed to do, or I'm making decisions with the true north of my dream, my why? What do I want to do with my life? That's the thing about a true north and having like the North Star, where if we have all these decisions to make and things going on, we can get off track and we can end up investing energy in a lot of things that are not supporting our dream because that's human of us. We get distracted, we get drawn into different places, different directions, different things going on. And um, I just feel like that's what's coming in here is they're saying close your eyes, re take a moment to see where I'm investing my energy and am I investing it towards this? And that's the way we answer questions. They're bringing me back to corporate life of all things, because the corporation I worked for over 20 years, they had a very clear, this is our true north. Whatever doesn't fit this, we're not investing in. We were like, well, we have all these ideas of blah, blah, blah. And they're like, does that fit into this goal that we have? And we'd be like, no, it doesn't. Well, then we're not going to invest in it. Let's focus our energy on things that'll get us in this direction. And then people are like, all right, we stop investing in all this other small stuff that takes away finances and energy and time, and we refocus it into that. I feel like that's the big message that's coming in for you right now. So hopefully that makes sense to you, musical beer, but that's what they have. So what's your North Star? Zip. All right. Right, and then we have last chapter up. I believe this is Minu, if I remember. Here is yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. What's coming towards you in the next 20 days? All right. What does Spirit want you to know about what's coming next in the next 20 days? All right. Wow. You got two major arcana. You got the Emperor and the Star card here. So they call them something different here, Satara and Sultan. But this is like an opportunity of dreams come true here in the next 20 days. But I feel like it's about gaining clarity on what your dream come true is. What is it that your heart wants, not what your mind wants, right? The Sultan, the Emperor, is about clearing the throne room of everyone's opinion and everybody, all these advisors telling you what you should do and supposed to do and need to do and have to do and must do with your life. It's clearing them out, saying, thank you. Put your opinions on your box on your way out. I need silence. I need quiet so that I could think and find out what is it that I want, not all the noise in my head of what I think it's supposed to. When I close my eyes, I open my heart. I even leave my mind, go down the spiral staircase to my heart, knock on it and go, hey, can I find out what is it that you're wanting? Sure, come on in. Your heart will love to talk to you because the mind usually tries to occupy all of our energy and attention, going, no, 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 this is what we should do, supposed to do, need to do, blah, 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 blah. When we get out of that, it gets very quiet. It gets very still. And we can listen to our heart and go, what is your dream come true? How do you want to express this amazing unconditional love energy in in you with the world? How do you want to express that? Without the mind bullying in and butting in, but letting the heart, what is it? Because you can see here, this is the Aquarius energy, but it's the water bearer. See if I can zero in here. They're pouring out water, pouring out emotion onto the path towards the dream come true. And this is, sorry for my stomach just growl. What are you hungry for? But there is this energy of like, go, go, go. The mind will take you in all these directions. And I feel over the next 20 days, this is you. You have this great opportunity to really zero in. And I feel like this is what they're wanting you to know, because otherwise you'll be investing energy in what your mind wants you to do, people pleasing out of fear, all this supposed to, all this stuff that's distracting you from what your heart would want you to do. When we just go off of the mind, we exist. When we listen to the dream of our heart, we live instead. That's the difference. We wake up feeling like we're existing. We're letting the mind rule us. We wake up feeling like we're living. We're living from our heart. So I feel like that's the big thing about what's coming towards you and what spirit's wanting to nudge you to is if you're focusing on the mind, you're going to get a lot of mind dream steps towards your dream, but it's not going to feel like you're living. It's just going to feel like you're checking off things. If you take that time to follow your heart, even just one step from your heart is going to feel like, oh my gosh, like you're living and not just, living someone else's dream, right? Which is funny. You wake up in the morning going, "Oh crap, I got to go live my dream today." That's one way you can know that you're not living your dream, you're living someone else's, right? So clarity, I feel like, is available to you during these next 20 days. Right? So many blessings to you. All right. Ken, you are up. Here is your. So sorry if you guys hear my stomach growling. Just realized I don't think I ate dinner. I got involved in stuff today. I'm like, all right. So sorry. Will you like the environment, the job, and people at the Yamat? Yamat? Let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, will it be an enjoyable? Let's take a look here. You know, with the Tower card and the Temperance and Patience card, yeah, I feel like over time, I feel like with I don't feel like you would be there if you're looking at this as an option. I don't feel like you would be there very long. I feel like your patience would wear out quickly here. Um, so I feel like it's not horrible in the beginning, but I don't feel like it's not going to be matching your energy and like your dream. I feel like it's going to lose its luster, its attraction, its oomph. And this can be is this a decision from the head like we were just talking about? It feels like your heart's going to be like, I don't like this. And so, there is this movement, away from this. The tower can be like something's moved out of your life. But I feel like with this energy that I'm feeling you leave your patience wears out earlier, and it doesn't need to be removed out of your life because I feel like you'll remove it out of your life first, with this energy here. So, sorry. I feel like it's your mind is like, "Check, check. Yeah, it brings this, it brings that." But your heart's like, "Yeah, but that's it. What about living instead of existing?" kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense, Ken. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Patricia, you are up next. Here is your timestamp. Hey, Sudeshna, good to see you. What would Spirit like you to know about Dan B and his event tomorrow? All right, let's take a look here. What would Spirit like you to know? All right, do this one, this one. There was two other cards that were like, here we are, and they're like, no, that's not you. So be aware that some things may not appear as they really are, because that jumped out there. Um, I like this. So you got the Ace of Swords, which is being able to see things more clearly. I feel like there's some clarity that comes in here, um, around this event. You have the major arcana three of the Empress. They call it Shabanu here, which is about making sure you're caring for yourself, um, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself. I feel is like where this is coming in. Go in with your eyes open, seek clarity, um, I feel like there's this energy, just not everything is as it's cracked up to be. Don't agree to things that don't align with your heart. Um, let's make choices for yourself first. You have permission. We always do, but they're really iterating. Don't um, don't do things that are not that you don't want to do. Be willing to say,
No means no.
I have to use my no button. Be willing to say that. If it doesn't match up to what you're wanting, don't be afraid to say no, because I feel like there's clarity that comes through you choosing you, instead of you sacrificing yourself for this, something around all this, if that makes sense to you. It just feels like, yeah, you can, with the Empress, you can still have some harvest from this event, but just be clear, just be going with your eyes wide open, realizing not everything is as everyone says it is. Do your research, look for clarity, ask for clarity. Don't sell yourself short. Don't make decisions that are for others. Make decisions that are for you. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what's coming in for you, Patricia. So many blessings to you. So ominous, right? All right. All right. Gene XO, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Whoops. There we go. Hello. All right. So, you want to ask what's eyes, feelings, and next actions towards you? Maybe also check the underlying energies. Sure. Let's take a look. Let me take a quick sip here of the tea. All right. So, what are eyes, feelings, and next actions towards you? Oh, very nice. Many interactions. Well, well, well. All right. Well, okay. Well, the bottom of the deck, you do have the King of Wands, the Shah of Staves, or Staffs. Um, yeah, that's an interesting energy. We'll come back to that. But so, what are their feelings? Oh, I got the Two of Cups. Oh, boo doo boo doo boo doo boo boo. That's their next actions. That's where there's with the Devil card. There's a little bit of shaky energy, rattling of cage energy that comes in here, and that makes sense with the Shah of Staves, because the King of Wands energy is, what do I want to choose? What do I want to do? Right? Your least favorite king. Yeah. Oh, you're a Leo. That's because you know that Leo energy so well, that fire energy, right? Being a fire sign, you know how to handle your fire, but um, if someone's not, well, I don't want to stereotype male fire energy, but male fire energy tends to ignite, um, you know, uh, passion and the kind of stuff where, and until we get to the king stage, they are more apt to be able to control their urges, whereas like a knight of wands, boom boom. Oh, okay, here you go. So um whereas feminine fire tends to ignite passion, but it ignites it through the heart rather than through the mind and through the body generally. Uh, so I get it why that comes in there, but there is a sense of, I like the King of Wands in a relationship more than the Knight of Wands, because the Knight of Wands is I can't keep it in my pants. The King of Wands is I know when it's appropriate to not or to kind of energy. So I like that under here, but I do feel like there's also the Knight of Wands is like I'm indecisive. I'm trying to decide what it is I do want. And once I decide, I put action and behind a plan, but I still feel like they're trying to figure things out. The devil card energy about intentions is I have a lot of expectations and feeling caged and trapped around expectations and intentions. And it's an energy more so of I don't want to be a caged lion. You know, Leo, you would understand that, right? I don't want to be a caged lion with intentions and supposed tos and a lot of rules. I just want to go on an adventure together and see where it goes. Let's see, and not so much but we do have the 2 of cups energy here, which, so their feelings are they do feel this strong bond. You're an important relationship to them, but I don't feel like they're at that point yet here with this energy that they're wanting that, you know, uh, to have the, intentions. What's funny is they're giving me a GI Jane, with Demi Moore when she first went to the colonel at the base where she was training or whatever, and she goes, "Sir, I just wanna let you know that I don't have" I don't think they said intentions, but "I don't have intentions, whatever," and then the colonel said, "Well, people without intentions don't have to state that they don't have intentions." It's like, "Oh, well." So I feel like there is that kind of energy that's coming in here. I don't feel like they know what their next actions are. They just wanna kinda just flow with it. But they definitely have that emotional energy. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. Yeah, yeah. So that's the I don't wanna do things any particular way. I'm gonna do it my way kinda energy, right? So we shall see. So hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what they have for you, Gene. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Livier Vagara, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom. So you want to ask, will it be possible your ex starts the divorce procedure the coming year, or what are his intentions not to do it or get it done? Uh-oh. All right, let's take a look here. You are very welcome, Jane. Okay, let's take a look here, Olivier. What are the possibilities of that happening next year? Okay. And what are his intentions to do it or to not do it, right? Okay. So what are the chances of him doing it? Oh, Ace of Coins. So next year we have the Ace of Pentacles for you. That's a good sign that yes, they will next year start all that here. And what is the reason? We have the Hierophant, which is seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, being drawn into wanting to move to a new level, a new stage, in their life kind of energy. So it does feel like and 5 being the, in major arcana, but it's the, major arcana number 5, 5 being the number of change. I finally said it all. I was trying to get it out. But there is that energy of, big changes happen in their life where they're wanting to have this done here. Possibly they've they want to be able to move forward with someone else. They're wanting to have a cut financially and responsibilities and everything so that they can move forward with the changes that they want to do without anything keeping it back. Um, so it does feel like next year, but it doesn't feel like I feel like they're doing it for them in their life, not anything against you. da da da. They're like, all right, this is what I'm going to do for me. Now, Ace of Pentacles is new opportunities for both of you too. So there's a little bit of almost like a change of heart in a way where this is a win-win for both of us anyway. So let's do this kind of energy. So that's what's coming in for you, Olivier. Yay. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, I think, let me see here. When did I start? At 2:46? So what, 3:15? Yeah, I've done about 30 minutes of free readings. I still have, let's see, one, two, three, four. I got 5 more free readings, which I'll come back to. Um, yeah, yeah, if you want to throw another one in here, is that Rose? Rose Crump? I'm still taking, I'm about to return back to donations since I have some donations to complete. After I'm done with that, if my energy is up, which I feel like it will be, um, I'll finish out the last of the free readings that I have right now. If you want to get on the list before I close it off, you can definitely do that. Or if you want to make a donation, you can do that too. All right. So I had some more come in here. Let me make sure my list is up to date here. So who we have coming up next? All right. So we do have Summer or Moonlight. And then we have Love and Life. Then we have Sudeshni times 2. And then we have Just Alice. And then we do have here Sudeshna. Let me grab that here. There we go. And then we jump back to Diana, and then we jump back to Sudeshna, and then back to Diana. And then if Johanna, if she pops back in, I don't think I saw anything from her, then we'll add her. We'll jump to her as well. So that's where we're at on donations. And like I said, I've got like, for the 5 remaining free ones, I've got Maria P., Teresa Horton, Touch of Love, ABCDEFG, and Tarot Oddity is who I have so far. All right, just so everyone knows. And if I missed anyone on that list at all, please let me know. All right, thank you. I'll add you in here. Rose. Thank you. All right. All right. So let's take a sip of tea and jump back in. All right. So, Moonlight, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. Whoa. Just went all sorts of crazy and type in here. There you go. So thank you so much for your donation. And that's up here. Yep. Whoops. Didn't go quite far enough. There you are. So you got the 1 up. Is that game player? So thank you for your donation. I want to know, did NN really listen to what you had to say today? Did he understand it, right? Did he hear it, but did it make it into here, right? Did he think that it was fair? And how does he feel and think about you now? All right, let's take a look here. Pardon. So, did he really listen to what you had to say today? Or was it, yeah. And then did he understand it? There's these. And did he think it was fair? Okay. And then how does he feel now? Okay, 1 card there. The bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Pentacles with them, which is an energy of relationships, but I don't feel that with this card, just in case, because it feels like the energy that I'm getting from it is like, if I'm in that, I'm looking at what's best to fill my life up. I'm not looking at partnerships and other people, and I'm just looking at what can I get out of life? Not I can use people and get things out of people, but it's not, how can this be us coming together? It's what can this bring me kind of energy is what I feel for this reading. All right. So did he really listen to you? The Daughter of Cups, Page of Cups. Yeah, it's funny. They listen to you play. They listen to you rattle on the guitar. And the Son of Staves, which is the Knight of Wands. Um, I do feel like they listened because that's someone listening to someone play, listen to someone express their emotions. But underneath the surface, it's like I speak fire, you speak cups, emotions, right? Water. When we come together, it creates steam, either steamy or right. So I feel like some of what was said did trigger things in them. And I feel like they were listening to you. And as they were listening to you, choo, 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 I feel like there was some, I guess, like I said, some triggering that was going on. Did he understand what you were trying to say? Got the Aries Emperor energy here. That's interesting energy. It's fire energy. What's below the surface here? The Son of Swords. Yep. Knight of seeking understanding. I feel like they were trying to understand it, but with this energy, I kind of feel like they felt like um, you're trying to control everything. You're trying to say how this is supposed to go. And that's funny because that's their approach. But the mirror, they look at you and go, "Why are you trying to control everything?" And you're trying to say everything is supposed to be this way. You're trying to make all the rules, but there's two of us in this interaction. But they don't think that way. They think about what can this bring me, right? So what a mirror, right? So just know a lot of what was you were saying was going through this filter, and they were seeing a big reflections of who they were. So I don't feel like they were understanding what you were trying to bring, because all they saw is you're trying to create all the rules and trying to make them behave how you want them to behave, not how they want to, if that makes sense. Um, did he think it was fair? No. Almighty Empress, we have the death card. The death card and the Empress. What's funny is it's like I feel like it's the death card is what I heard was it's my way or the highway. And they don't think that was fair. And obviously with this energy, they feel like with the Empress, it's like, I need to choose me. I need to make sure. And they're like, that's unfair. But that's exactly what they're thinking, which is hilarious, right? Which is very human of us to go, you guys aren't doing this and that and that. And there's three fingers pointing back at us doing the exact same thing. Like if you ever have a friend who goes, I can't believe so and so is late. And you're like, oh my God, you're late to everything we do. And they're like, I am not. And I'm like, yes, you are. Look at I can have your text history. Oh, sorry, I'm late. Sorry, I'm late. Sorry, I'm late. Sorry, I'm late. Hello, and so it's interesting with that energy that's coming in here that they kind of felt like it was my way or the highway, which is how they think. Yeah, life should unfold the way I want it to. Like I said, it's very human, but it doesn't feel like it was there. So what now? What do they think about you now? Well, the 10 of cups. That's funny. So 10 of cups, 10 of coins. They're still like, that's okay because I'm gonna get my way energy anyway. They're just like, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's nice of you to think that way, but that's not the way it's gonna be. That's the way they're thinking in their head. No, it's gonna be my way. You will bend to my will, woman. I don't know if you're here. No, you're not. But or at least you're not responding. But yeah, it's like they think, no, it's gonna be fine. they're kind of in this um, illusion that you're going to do what they want you to do. And that's just where they're coming from. They've got like this, no, women listen to men uh, kind of energy. Oh no, this is how it is. You will submit. Not submit, but you will end up choosing what I want. I know how to get what I want. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's nice of you to say all that. Kind of almost, you might have felt like a little bit like, why are they kind of, it almost like, I feel like, especially with your empathic abilities, you kind of felt like they were not condescending. What's the word where, um, not accommodating, but it's just like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, okay. When they're not meaning that, right? Let's see what you have here. Yeah, you got Jupiter energy for your fortune cookie, which says, "You are the seeker, the sage, and the embodiment of limitless growth. Through your journey, you inspire others to reach for stars, excuse me, within themselves." And I do feel like that's what's coming in here is like they are trying to find, like they're like, this is what I want. This is what this is what I'm headed towards. Yeah, you can ask anything you want. That doesn't mean you're gonna get it. This is what we're headed towards. So interesting energies, right? So hopefully that helps.
No, 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 no.
There you go. All right. So that's what they have for you, Moonlight. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Love and life, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. You're welcome, Livier. All right. There we go. And let's jump up to your question up here. There's your donation. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. Anyone like to ask JP if he wants to be his W? What would he say? All right, let's take a look here. If you ask JP, based on their current energies, what would they say? All right, let's take a look here. And what else? What else can we know here? All right. At the bottom of the deck, we do have the Hermit card here. But underneath that, we have the Death card too. So the combination of this energy is, I feel like they're in this reclusive kind of protection energy. I don't know. Like death, it doesn't feel like maybe that someone like died. Um, but it does feel like there was an ending that has them really kind of not content being alone, but being, um, it's like this protection kind of energy that where they're in right now with this hermit. Like I'm kind of in the space of being true more to myself kind of energy, if that makes sense. Um, but we'll find out what is more here too. So we have the Five of Swords. There would be a battle between their head and their heart, so kind of conflicted. Their mind wants to protect their heart be like, "Ah," but their mind is like, "No, no, no, no. Remember what happens. Let's be careful." Kind of energy that comes in here. We also have the Son of Staves and the Five of Coins. Yeah. So again, this is um their passionate side, their fire side is like, yes, the Knight of Wands. But the Five of Pentacles, the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, is the that puts out the flame with this here. So there is this conflicting energy. We got the Five of Swords, the Five of Coins. There is that fear, below the surface, the fear of endings that is kind of having them hesitate at this point. Where if you asked for, to be that there might be this hesitancy, this conflict of, kind of energy. Let's see what else we got here too. We do have the 10 of staves and the 3 of staves. There is this change of direction that would come here. The 10 of wands. What's underneath this? There's something underneath here too. We got the magician energy, the number one. The 10 to an ace is an endings and beginnings energy. A different direction here. Let me see what this final card is here. Yeah, we have the Shah of Staves, the King of Wands. Is this energy of I would need to decide. I have to work through, think about what I really want and da 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 da. A lot of indecision energy here. And it feels like if you asked at this time, it would end up not going in the direction you want it to, would end up going off ramp into a different direction. Um, so I feel like you might wait with this energy coming in here because it doesn't feel like it's like a don't do it ever. It's like right now it would click in to send them in a direction because I feel like especially with this um hermit and the death and rebirth that they are needing time to feel safe, to feel, especially with the fears, with the fear being the death and rebirth and the fear being left behind, this kind of endings energy. Uh, that if you wait and allow over time this, I would say this vulnerability, maybe on your part, where you show the consistency, then that's what builds trust, if that makes sense, to where then the energy could change. But I feel like it's going to be a little bit because of this, whatever they went through, whatever big loss they had, it did a number on them. And I feel like they've had a few significant losses that have put them in this kind of not trusting energy, not trusting you specifically, just I need things to be done consistently for a long period of time. They show me like this rabbit. Whenever I get into this kind of energy, they show me like someone sitting in this um, clearing in a forest, and I've got carrots, little baby carrots, right? And so I'm throwing them out there, and this little rabbit comes up, grabs it, and takes off because it's scared. Because people tried to capture it before, and it escaped, or it's um, it trusted people, and then the people abandoned them, and so they takes them a while for their little rabbit to come closer and closer, closer, and sooner or later than that, it stops running away. But I feel like there's that energy there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. Yeah, I got this Gemini, the dual mind, right? You can be both the student and the teacher, the seeker and the guide, the speaker and the listener. Embrace your duality. You don't have to choose. That's interesting. I don't have to choose. Um, so that's an important energy to know about there. So hopefully that brings you the clarity you need for right now. Anyway, so many blessings to you. That's what they have for you. All right. So, quick update on where we're at. Next, we have Sudeshni times two, just Alice, then Sudeshna, Diana, and then Rose Crump, and then Johanna, if she does come back on. We might be here when she wakes up in the morning. If not, we'll get you squared away one way or another. All right. So, Sudeshni, let's grab your timestamp here. If I can do this right. Oh, that's why. Okay. There we go. So this is for your first one. There we go. And then I will put a separate timestamp for your second one when we get to that one too. So thank you so much for your dual donations. So let's give that first one a love and a like since it lets me. All right. So tarot advice. Why did Johann behave strangely on Sunday? Is it really about living together? And then another person or me providing him a comfortable life. All right. So let's take a look here. Let's shuffle these up here. So why was he acting strangely? Let's see what we got here. Is that it? All right. And is it really about living together? Okay, got that there. Or is there another person? Are you providing him comfortable life? Or providing comfortable. Okay. Let's see what else that they want you to know about here. I think that was it. All right. Well, interesting. We on the bottom of the deck we do have the Son of Cups, which is the Knight of Cups. This is the quest for self-love. It can be romance and movement of emotion, but I just really feel like it's pointing to the journey of finding my love for myself, which is all of our journey, right? But let's see here. Why was he acting strangely on Sunday? We got the temperance, we got the balance, the slowness, energy. There is this going back and forth. I don't want to rush. I just want things to unfold slowly. They don't like quick change. They don't like a lot of change. Um, with this temperance energy here. Is it really about living together? Well, it's something deeper with the moon card. There's something hidden and unseen, something below the surface. Let's see what that is here. We have the 8 of cups, which is there's a lot of emotional energy here. This is about leaving behind emotions that no longer serve me, relationships and stuff that no longer serve me. So there is something below the surface here that has to do with, and we'll see what these other cards are, but it's a change of heart, whether that's what if my heart changes, what if your heart changes? And there's this temperance is this weight kind of I want to like I'm afraid to say I want to wait because I'm afraid that, you know, this of what that means to you, but I don't feel like excuse me, it's personal, yeah. Don't feel like I can say my truth because I'm going to get repercussions back, right? Or it's going to end up creating something that I don't want to hurt your feelings. I don't want it to stop us moving forward, but I'm not ready to go that far forward. I'm still working on some stuff below the surface that I don't talk about that I need to move past. But in order to move forward, I need to let go of this stuff and blah, 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 blah. Blah. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of this emotion from the past and they're trying to work it out and they're on this quest to try to work it out, but I feel like maybe feeling pressured a little bit. Let's see what else is here. Yeah, the 8 of wands, they feel like things are moving too fast. um and the 3 of coins, the 3 of pentacles, and this need to be true to their authentic self in a way here too. So it feels like a lot that they just got, this need to take things slow and um and a lot of it does have to do with that seeking their self-love and their self-worth, and they want to be able to, you know, deal with those things there. So hopefully that gives you some guidance there on what's going on, why they're strange. Feeling because they don't feel like they can say what's really on their heart and on their mind, because they do have a fear of hurting other people. Because probably blamed for a lot of people's emotions growing up. You made mom sad. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to be blamed for that. But there's a lot of fear around that. I can't say what I'm wanting to say, um, but I don't want to move forward that fast. But I don't know how to say it without upsetting. All that, right? Yeah, we have a comment, which which says it's unlimited what the universe can bring when you understand the great secret that thoughts become things. Understanding the great secret. So the secret that they have, like that moon card, is the unseen, the things that they want to say that they can't say. And something we can do. I mean, if we're talking about, um, I feel like it's more than just about moving in. But if we can create a space, yeah, we even got the death card come out, the fear of endings. I can't say the truth because people get upset and end things. But if we can create a space where, you can share it with it, it's okay if you don't want to do that yet. I get it. If we create a space where they can feel safe in expressing their feelings, then I feel like that's a beautiful thing that can happen there. So hopefully that makes sense for your situation. That's what they have for number one. For number two, let's grab your timestamp here. Here we go. Let's go up to here. There we are. Let's give that one a love and a like as well. So, if given the opportunity to share a life with Johan, will it go well? You think you have past fears and hold back your relationship. So maybe a mirror going on there, right? Will he treat you with love and care, or well, just respect? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, what's the overall experience that you would have if you have an opportunity to share a life with them? Okay. All right. Got this and this underneath. And then will he treat you with love and care? All right. Yep. And that's very important to realize. At the bottom of the deck, you do have the chariot card, which is a big power of choice energy, as well as the sultan underneath, which is the emperor energy. And, you know, the big thing about the power of choice, whenever we're like, will I be happy? Well, will you? Because no one, can choose something for you. The outside world just happens. But if I'm not happy inside of me, then I can't be happy with anything in the outside world. If I choose happiness, then I'm gonna experience happiness. If I choose lower vibration, sadness, whatever, then that's what I'm going to experience. But the outside world doesn't determine how I feel. I choose the story about what things mean. I choose the emotion, like the emotional soundtrack that goes with the story of the outside world that I am putting on it. And we're given a lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's about the outside world. So I feel like what we'll ask here is, would it be an easy opportunity to choose happy, to be happy, or would it be a harder opportunity to choose happiness? Because you're the one that's going to choose regardless. Things people do or don't do, say or don't say, just are until we put meaning to it. And then we choose to feel, then we choose to act. We're the ones that are creating our experience, not anyone else. So it's important to step into that power with that emperor. No, I'm the one that's in charge of my existence, no one else. All right. So overall the energy based on current energy, what do you have here? You have the 7 of swords, which is the betrayal, the deceit energy. This is the fears, right? My fears are what create this. So you might have a lot of, like you even said it, right? You have past fears that hold back you from relationships. Yeah. Well, this is that energy of the fear betrayal, the fear being lied to, the fear of someone stealing something from my life, right? The 7 of swords, it will steal you. If you have that belief, you have no other choice than to live that belief. Till you change your belief, then you will experience life differently. Underneath the surface, you do have the Son of Cups, the Knight of Cups movement, the Two of Staves, the power of choice. Everything is a journey. Every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of your self-love, right? That's what comes in with this Knight of Cups. It's the quest for the Ace of Cups, which is our self-love, the chalice of who we are. Every relationship is an expression of our self-love. If I love myself this much, no matter how much love I want to pour out, it's going to trickle in. No matter how much love they want to give me back, trickle in. The more I raise my love, my self-love, my self-worth, that expands. This expands my ability to give and receive love to the people of the outside world too. And the Two of Staves is whatever I focus on is what grows and expands. So if I focus on what I'm grateful for in a relationship, wow, it grows. If I focus on what's not happening, what I hate, what I fear, that grows instead, right? So I like this empowerment going, it doesn't matter who it is or what people do, it's the experience we choose to have around it. Would they treat you with love and care? That, of course, would make it easier for you to choose higher vibration than lower. Would they? We got the 4 of staves, 4 of wands, joy, celebration. There's a little bit of hermit energy that comes in with this too, which we kind of alluded to earlier. That was in the first reading when we were talking about them. They do are kind of an introvert, so you would have opportunities of joy, but also of solitude and feeling alone at times too, which is a good reminder that if I can't be happy alone, I can't be happy in a relationship either. Um, but there definitely is some love and care, but there's also some pulling back and needing their alone time. And it's important that you also have that too, because your adventure with that hermit card is inward and upward. This is their experience is making sure they're maintaining a relationship with spirit and the upper world, right? Um, would it just be respect? Yeah, we've got the 5 of cups and the 5 of swords, and this is the conflict energy that comes in here. You know, it's interesting because self-respect, uh, you know, all of this, what we're looking for from someone else, if I don't give it to myself, I can't receive it from the other person, right? If my self-love is like this, it doesn't matter how much they want to give to me, I can't receive it till I'm receiving that for myself. So if you have self-love, self-care, self-respect, then you'll have it, everything you need already. Anything they give is above and beyond extra. But as humans, we start off trying to look for our love from the outside world, respect from the outside world. A big thing for me, which is funny with all this, is that my relationships, what I learned is that, because I read a book after my 5 relationships that I had over, I think it was 12 years. It was a 3 year, 1 year, 3 year, 1 year, single for 3 years, 1 year. At the end of it, I realized in reading a book, what are you looking for from a mate? And mine was like respect because I felt disrespected by all of these people, either by being cheated on or how they talked to me, or I felt used, or they tried to fit me in between the important things. And then the book after you continue says what you're looking for in someone else, you need to find in yourself first. And I was like, chunk that book across the room. But it was true because I wasn't respecting myself. So when you find all that for yourself, then that fills and overflows. So I feel like that's what's coming in here. I feel like they will have love and joy and that, but all of this is about your inner journey as well. I know. So your fortune cookie, you have Mars, man energy. Your actions and intentions carry the potential to shape the world around you, to conquer challenges, and to transform dreams into reality. So, your actions, your intentions are what create your world, right? This is that Mars energy. So, going back to like that Two of Wands, whatever you focus on is what makes things grow and expand. So, hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, my dear. So, many blessings. You're like, I'm even more confused than I was before. But I feel like you're realizing, okay, my focus is self-love because this is the biggest thing we can all do for ourselves because everything in the outside world is a reflection of our inner world. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. We draw things to us about who we're being. And so as I become a more loving being to myself, then I draw in more love. If I focus on uh, hating myself and fearing things, I draw in things that match that. And it's for us. It's how this vibrational world works. Our energy is what draws things to us. Who we're being is what we draw to us, not what we're wishing for or saying or writing down or, all that manifestation. It's who we're being is what we draw. If I'm a loving being to myself, then I draw in love. If I'm a fearing being, then I draw in fear, fearful events and people and things, right? All right. Enough, right? All right. Many blessings too. Let me take a sip here. Just gonna grab a little throat lozenge. All right. So just Alice, you are up next. Let us put this here. There we go. Thank you for your donation and your little, is that a sweating emoji? I can't tell. So you want to know RJ's recent thoughts, feelings about you, and how he thinks you feel and think about him. All right. Let's take a look here. Of course, remembering that everyone's a mirror. So, and whatever I think about someone else is through the filters of how I feel about myself. So, how you feel about them has a lot to do about how you feel about yourself. How they feel about you has a lot to do with how they feel about themselves and think about themselves. But how they think that you think about them is also through the filter of how they feel about themselves. So we're never going to see it clearly till we're so aligned and open that we can see things clearly, right? Otherwise, we're seeing life through all of our human experiences. Hopefully that makes sense. But let's take a look here. Based on that, RJ's recent thoughts and feelings about you. Okay. Thoughts and feelings. Okay. And then how do they think that you think and feel about them? All right. So sorry. It's funny. It's because you got two cards and one card and two cards, which is such a mirror, uh, which is exactly what we're talking about. So I love how the cards even represent that. So his thoughts towards you got the two of coins and the nine of staves. Two of coins is, I just feel like their mind is that you're one option with that energy, and the nine of wands. I feel like they feel like there's this block between the 2 of you that did you block him? Because this 9 of wands is like, there's these 9 wands and there's this wall. I can't get through it to you kind of energy. This is where their thoughts are is, well, you're a choice, but, um, right now it feels like there's a block where I can't get to you, but you're still a choice. Um, what are they bringing back? Did they mention this before where there's like a bunch of baskets and an egg in each basket? I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I need to put it in among many. But I feel like that's the kind of energy that comes in with that. Feelings towards you. Got the 3 of pentacles. So the 3 of pentacles energy, it is a little bit of a harvest energy. It is an energy. It's not emotion, it's physical world. What can you bring me? I'm reminded of the major arcana number 3 of the Empress, the nurturing, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. It's a lot of that same energy is very strong with this card. Um, and there's something about being true to your authentic self. And that is something that their heart, appreciates about you is that you are you. You don't try to be something that you're not. And the heart longs for themselves to be able to do that, but their mind doesn't let them do that. And I feel like that's something that really attracts them to you is this that you are true and you're real. Um, so hopefully that makes sense. And then how he, excuse me, how he thinks you feel about him is the judgment card. Yeah. He thinks that how you feel about him is that he's not enough, he's not good enough. There's this judgment energy. That's not usually what I get with a judgment card, but it is coming through here that he's not enough, that like you want a butterfly and he's in a cocoon and he's not enough yet for you. And I feel like that, of course, is reflective on how he feels about himself. Low self love. You don't think I'm enough. I don't think I'm enough. So you don't think I'm enough. The voices, it's interesting, how we feel about ourselves. We create these little puppets of everyone in the outside world in our head. We put our voice into those and say, this is how you feel about me. When really, this is how I feel about myself. Because the arms attached to me, the puppet that looks like you, that I've made it look like you, is telling me, you're not enough. That's funny. I mean, it's not funny what they're saying, but how they presented it to me is funny. And just how does he think you think about him? Yeah, I feel like the 4 of wands is like marriage. It's joy celebration, but it's marriage energy. And the 8 of pentacles, it's interesting because the heart doesn't believe I'm enough and the mind goes, I think you believe that you can change me to make me marriage material, that you think that I can transform to be enough one day. It's like the mind has to um, protect the heart and go, you think I'm not enough, but you also believe that someday I could be enough because they have to believe that themselves. Isn't that interesting? Hmm. So, I feel like that's what they have coming in here. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in too, because they're overall. But that's why they avoid, because they don't believe they're enough. They need to have a bunch of people because if I have enough options, someone's bound to think I'm enough, or I can deceive myself to believe that kind of energy. All right. Your fortune cookie says water energy. Yeah. So this is how they see you as water. It makes sense. You're a huge heart in their mind. Your capacity to feel deeply, connect with the unseen currents of the soul. It's a treasure that brings you closer to your higher self. Yeah, so they see you as this, like we're talking about, like the Empress. She's like 5 parts water, 1 part earth, 1 part air, 1 part fire. So they see you as this emotional, um, this huge oasis in the middle of a desert, you know? So, but it's again, that's a source of my sustenance, you know? They don't see you as the lady of the lake that they wanna fall in love with. They see you as something that brings them something. That's the way they've been taught. It's kind of like, what do they call it? Transactional. They learn that growing up, be transactional, look at these things. So interesting, right? All right. So, that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Up next, we have Sudeshna, and then Diana, and then Sudeshna, and then back to Diana, and then to Rose. Rose Crump, you'll be up after that. And then if Johanna pops on. And then after I finish that, if I should have enough energy, I'll finish up. I've got like 5 free readings that are still there. So I will probably finish those up as well. Uh, but in the meantime, I've been drinking a lot. I'm so sorry. I know I already took a break a couple hours ago, but I've been on for 4 hours. So I'm going to take another little quick bio break. I'll be right back and we'll start with Sudeshna. So be right back. Just my chair too. There we go. All right. Realized I didn't eat dinner. I realized that that all the water just goes right through me because my stomach's like, come on. All right. So thank you guys. All right. So we are back. So Sudeshna, we're at 40411 here. So thank you for your multiple donations. Here's number el numero uno. All right, and we are right here. So let's give that a love and a like there. And the next 72 hours. Yeah, thanks for being here. I know you hadn't thought you were going to make it, so I'm glad you're able to make it on. Hello, hello. So we'll do it 24, 48, and 72, right? So the next 24 hours, and then day 2, and then day 3. I feel like it's this one. They want this one. See, they want this one. This one here. All right. Right. The overall energy for the 3 days altogether, you have the Son of Staves, which is the Knight of Wands. fast moving energy, a lot of energy. It's a quest of stepping into your power a little bit, but this feels like just go, 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 go energy. It just feels like nonstop, a lot of activity, a lot of movement, very busy. So let's see here the next 24 hours. You do have the Two of Swords and the Leo energy of the Strength card coming in. So the Two of Swords is about, can be a variety of things, but this one feels very much like at a crossroads. Like the next 24 hours, you have to make a decision on some things. And the Leo energy here is about having the courage, the strength for uh, deciding for you, not what everyone else, blah, 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 but deciding for you. Like if someone goes, I don't know why they're doing this, maybe because I'm getting hungry. It's like if someone offers you two pieces of pie, right? Or some dessert. This one is like the one you really like, and this one, it's okay. And they're like, "Which would you like?" And you're like, "Oh, whatever you want is fine." They're gonna be like, "Oh, well, I'll take this then." And then you're like, "Oh, man." But if they were like, "What would you like?" Instead of sacrificing and going, "No, no, 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 whatever you want." They're asking you, and so and you're like, "Well, if I have a choice, that one is the one I'd prefer." They're like, "Oh, good, because this one's my favorite." But they thought that you like this one, so they took this one thinking this was your favorite. So you both ended up with not your favorite because you both were self-sacrificing, right? Isn't that funny? So, and whatever this is, it's not just about choosing food, obviously. This is like the choices you need to make in the 24 hours. Choose for you. It's okay. You can do that. And then the day 2, you've got the 9 of cups. Yeah, look, this beautiful gathering of emotions, dream come true kind of energy, but it feels more like togetherness energy. You have the 10 of staves, a lot of energy being invested here. 6 of cups, even child energy coming in here. But there is this, it feels like day 2 is a lot of energy being uh, shared or extended with a group of people. A lot of energy, a lot of emotion, a lot of joy, but it's almost like there's this sibling going into feeling like a child again energy, just being funny, being silly, but also interacting as a child, but also with children. Feels very family oriented. I don't know with all this coming in here, but feels very busy day 2. A lot of energy. It's like by the end of the day, I'm like, I'm peopled out kind of energy. Um, then day 3, you've got the 4 of staves, a joyful celebration or joyful gathering, a very joyful energy that's coming in for that day. You have the Shah of coins, the King of pentacles, so there is this abundant feeling of the outside world as well as with the 8 of coins. The 8 of pentacles is kind of like this blood, sweat, and tears, the energy that was entered. And it just feels like abundance. It just feels like the effort you put in, you get the fruit of your labor on day 3. Because the King of Pentacles is about abundance. The Four of Wands is about joy and celebration and gathering. The 8 of coins is about putting the work, things come forward. I don't know if this is wedding energy. You're gonna have a shotgun wedding, not shotgun. That's a bad connotation. Sorry. A quick wedding. You're going to Vegas. No, I'm just kidding. You're like probably take you 3 days to get across the world, right to to Nevada here in the United States. But I do feel like there's this joyful gathering kind of energy that comes in here. Um, but it does feel like it's a joyful experience because of the effort that was put in. There's this energy that comes in. Yeah. So I feel like that is kind of the culmination. Does feel like it just flies by though. Just feels like there's a lot of activity with all of that fire energy because you got the Knight of Wands, the Ten of Wands. That's just a lot of go, 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 go energy that comes in here. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. So I put all these cards back in. There we go. Okay. You got the vortex, which says release resistance and surrender to the flow of me. You are guided to trust the process, let go of control, and embrace the journey into the unknown. So it feels like a lot of the weekend. Let go of control, go with all this flow of everything. It does feel like there's a lot of energetic flow. So see where it all leads you, right? All right. So hopefully that helps. That's for number one. We'll circle back around for number two here in a moment. Let me grab here. And so, Diana, we're returning back here. So, thank you so much. My gosh, this is like number four. I think you have a number five too. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for your multiple donations. I know, cliffhanger. What? Wait a minute. So, let's take a look here. Let me move that. So, Diana, thank you. Okay, so this is the microphone donation. So, okay, let me go back up here. If Oh, then how does it come to the surface? Oh, was it by CP or FS? Oh, you mean did it come to the surface? Well, I'm sure you'll clarify here. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything else here. Okay. So the reason for the shock in the last cliffhanger, I'm sorry. How dare I? I do that to you a lot. I'm so sorry. Spirit mentioned that in January, CP and FS would each become attracted to someone at work. One would have an emotional affair. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's right. And the other a more physical affair. As much each have been sparring off lately, they've not mentioned it. So the T read on who, what, when, where about the past infidelity was it both, just, uh, or CP, or just FS? Okay. Sorry, let me crunch my cough drop here. Okay. And then the additional microphone is for the number two. I get it. Okay. I know. The tea is on order. The tea's been on back order, right? So thank you for your patience in getting to these. I know. How could you? All right. So on who, what, when, where about the past fidelity? Was it both or just CP? I feel like it was just CP. At least that's what comes up is just CP. I know. How dare I say that? We can clarify if it existed. I feel like what comes up is just CPs. It's like I can't use that example, but FS would know better if they did. They know they are much more aware and could contain stuff. CP, they just because CP speaks before they think, FS thinks, overthinks before they speak. So usually, right? All right. So let's take a look here. Let's just ask that first. Um, has there been infidelity with CP? Has there been infidelity with FS, right? So CP, Six of Swords. I feel like this was in some sort of travel, Six of Swords, because there's movement and travel with that. So I feel like with CP, it was when they traveled. FS, the Shah of Cups, the King of Cups, balancer between head and heart. FS, the Shah of Cups is like a perfect compatible person. It would take a perfect compatible person for them to and that makes sense because, well, like we talked about before, right? Someone that they're they're not cheating, that theirs is emotional. They want a balance of emotion and mind in this perfect thing, right? It would take that in order for them to cheat, which, uh, like, I feel like that's a no, because 'cause they're looking for this. It'd have to be this ideal person for me to do this. It would have to be someone so amazing for me to go against that. But yeah, 6 of Swords. This does feel like it was during travel. They were traveling or while FS was traveling, right? So we'll look at that. Sorry. I'm just a mess. Let me blow my nose. I know all these delays. Come on, let's go. All right, we'll put those over there. All right. So who, what, when, and where? Who, what, when, and where? So we know it was just CP, and we'll find out the who, what, when, where. Oh, hey, CP does travel. Like be FS. FS is the previous. Oh, you know, it's interesting because what I should do is instead of the initials, because this is the masculine energy. For some reason, I get masculine energy. Wait, you said it's more likely to be FS than CP. Why do I get CP being masculine energy and FS being more compassionate energy? So that's the energy I pick up between the two of them. Um, so that's interesting. That one that it's the opposite um, energies, right? But yeah, the 6 of Swords, that felt like whoever is the masculine energy is the one who, while traveling, and then the more compassionate one is the one that would be looking for the perfect person kind of energy. CP is the domineering. That's why they kinda comes across as masculine, like because it's "Urgh" energy. It's like Mars, the god of war energy, whereas FS always came through as like a compassionate, um, energy. Like, not doesn't necessarily feminine, but, like, divine feminine is the giving kind of energy. So, that's interesting. But you're saying you think it's more likely to be FS with his previous love, who they used to live with. KG is the one that got away, but CP does travel. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go with the energy that's coming through. But because I do feel here, it doesn't feel like FS um cheated. At least this is like I said, with this, it feels like it would have to have been unless that does resonate where, oh, the one who got away. Oh, I see what you're saying. That that it would take that for that to be them. So maybe that is, but I don't feel like that comes up though. I feel like the CP one is the one that comes up because there's something that happened while they were traveling, or because you said CB does travel a lot, because that this feels like this is what happened. Let's see here. Let's get into the energy here of because we wanted to know who. So who was it? What can we know about the who? Okay. And then the who, what? What? Whoa, we can't get into too much. We don't have video. um, I know what you mean. Like, what was it, just sex, or was it, more, or what was it? Yeah. Um, when? Alright. Okay, we're gonna pull one of those for the when. And then this is about the where. Okay, and how does it come up? I feel like 'cause I wanna know. Okay. Yeah, bottom of the deck again, look at dun, dun, dun. We got that Aries energy. Bruh. Alright, let's look at the when did this happen, before? Okay, I think I've got all the energies here. Hey, Endless Beauty, welcome. Alright, there's the when. Let's see what we got here. So, let's see what we got going on here. Alright, let me just real quick here, just some conversations, I wanna make sure. Yes, yes, yes. So I'm completing one of Diana's, and then I'm gonna go back to Sudeshna, and then back to Diana, and then to you, Rose Crump, and then Endless Beauty. You'll be up after that. So um, that is the order that we have going on. I know it's delayed just a little longer. Can I just stretch it out a little longer for you, Diana? You're welcome. Okay. Who was this? Who was this? 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles. Interesting, because this is relationship energy. So this is someone that they had a relationship with before, which I know that's what you said about FS, but I also feel like this is someone that they've had a relationship with prior. Um, what was this? The 9 of staves, the 9 of wands. You know, this feels like um, I've been blocked. So um, that's what made me want to do this. And this is the kind of energy is like you were giving me the cold shoulder. The bedroom was cold, so now you know, now I'm you push me to this. This is like with the what. It felt like it was if it's fire, it's passionate. This the what is that it was just fire energy. It wasn't emotional. Before it could have been with that 10 of pentacles, but this was just passion. This was just um I'm being deprived. I'm cut off. So uh I couldn't help myself. The body wants what the body wants, kind of energy. Um let's see the when here. And we have the 10 of swords. May 21st to June 21st. It doesn't feel like that's this year. This would be like um last year. Last year? Yeah, cuz this year that seems too soon. But it does feel like May 21st to June 21st. Yeah, it's funny cuz here on these cards, love it says deceitfulness and endings. And career was a release and transformation, finances, instability, money troubles. Was this a year ago? May 21st to June 21st. So it felt like there was travel, there was ending energy, there was um this It did feel like there was financial troubles and different things. So there was a lot of stuff going on, and there was stress too. A lot of expectations not being met, and a lot of stuff going on here. Interesting. Um, and then the how, right? That was our last one. Oh, where, and where? What? How does this all unfold, right? Yeah, the 10 of staves, the 10 of wands energy. Again, there's this energy of a lot of energy being invested in something here, creating something, building something. Um, so wherever they went, it was about building something. Um, it could have been, I mean, even if it's building the business, but it does feel like, and we knew that they were traveling. So wherever they traveled to during that time to build something, I don't know if they were, yeah, they were literally building, uh, like building a school. That's what comes to my head, like a missionary trip where you're building a school. But I know that's not what it is, but there it felt like, oh, okay. Um, and how does all this come up here? Yeah, we've got the temperance, patience, and the four of cups. So this is this taking a long time and the stagnancy of the relationship with the four of cups. That's how this comes up in conversation, because I feel like there is um this energy, because I feel like they knew about it and they talked about it before, because I feel like there is this they knew, but I feel like um it comes up in that kind of context, like, you know you're not being warm to me and blah blah blah, and you're cutting me off, and then they're like, here comes that energy of, well, why don't you just go on a trip? Why don't you just go take a trip and go visit your friend? Because I feel like I feel like there's something. How do they find out that it happened more than once? Because I feel like that's what comes up in a conversation somehow is, um, they're like, I'm not even going to blah blah blah, like a location. I wouldn't even go there anymore." Right, right? And so I feel like this is what they're saying is like, let's say it happened in Miami, like when we talked, when I can't, when I was discovered or it slipped out one time, and I mentioned it was Miami, right? And so when this little thing comes up and they're like, you're not even doing this, and they're like, but I'm not even going to Portland. And you're like, Portland? Yeah. When I went on that whatever trip. And they're like, no, you said Miami last year when you went da da da. And they're like, oh yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Uh-oh. So that's the kind of thing I feel is like they're like blah 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 blah. Not a blah, 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 blah. And because they like when you tell so many untruths, you got to keep it straight. And it's like, oh, because I do feel like this might be someone that they've known that maybe runs in the same circles, that they end up at the same conferences or the same clients or the same conventions sometimes, kind of energy. Interesting. Let's see what else we got. Neptune, yeah. The dream world. Tap into the unseen excuse me, tap into the unseen dimensions of reality and journey beyond the physical to explore the depths of your soul's connection with the cosmos. So there is this. Neptune hidden energy, because that's the unseen world, the dream world, and so I feel like that's how it comes out, through that dun dun dun. No, no, this doesn't feel like the same energy, and, um, because this feels like someone that lives back home is what they were reminding me of the reading, right? I feel like this is somewhere where they used to live, but this isn't them. Um, this feels like it's like not someone they work with, but someone they work with. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not in my company, it's not, in the organization, but it's within the industry or whatever. We bump into each other, we cross a lot of people's paths. The other one isn't that. Will they meet up again soon? I don't feel like they will, um, because they're not crossing paths and they won't fly to meet him. It's just convenient. "Oh, hey, wanna get a drink at the bar? And then you wanna finish a nightcap back at my room?" Like the movies. But let's take a look here, we'll find out. No, Ace of Cups. I feel like the other person, um the other person's working on their self-love. So, I feel like the other person is because it turned out to because I feel like they had more before. This time it just ended up being like sex, and it wasn't like, so it kind of felt empty. The other person likes emotion. Like the emotional connection, it felt empty. So they felt like that was just kind of not there. So I feel like the other person would be like, nah. And that Ace of Cups is also confirming what I felt that the other person found a new love. They were single when they've hooked up before. The other person was. Now they're with someone, so they are not interested. They are actually faithful to themselves. Interesting. Interesting. All right. So we'll circle back around for number 4 for you here in a moment. Find out what's going on. I know. Dun dun dun. All right. Endless beauty. I'm going to make sure I add you to the list here. Make sure to pop your question out there. I don't see it out there, so be sure to just uh, have your question out there. We'll get to that here soon. Uh, so if you would like to do that, all right. So Sudeshna, we are back to you for number 2 here. Here's both your timestamps. All right. No, Diana, that's I think in one of the previous ones one of the many you've had today. I'm so grateful. They mentioned that it's just a group. It's like it's not just one thing, it's the culmination of all the stuff that's happening that's, you know, it's like, nope, it's just one of many things. And it's like it just kind of reaffirms what they're already headed towards. Just another thing. They're like, yeah, you know, I don't even feel like they're like it doesn't it's like it almost doesn't make FS upset as it makes them feel less guilty about wanting to end things, if that makes sense. All right. All right. Sorry, Sudeshna. So let's give your a love and a like here for number 2. And you said you're currently working, yep, at Cognizance. You've been asked to give a KT session to Asesh Bupul. Your onshore lead. How will it be? All right. He cross questions a lot. Will it go right? I know, right? Oh God. Let's take a look here. All right. So he's asked. So based on current energy, how will the presentation go? Okay. Very good. And then he said he does ask uh, cross questions a lot. So will that go? How will that go when he cross examines you? The Spanish Inquisition. All right. And then any guidance on the presentation here. All right. So overall, how will the session go? We got the lover's card, which is the emotional choice. You get to choose how it goes for you. I like that, because it's a good relationship card. It doesn't have to be lovers, but it's a good relationship. It's like they honor the relationship, so it seems to go good there. But your overall how it goes, how you feel about it, is up to you, right? I get to feel either grateful, or I get to feel fear around it, and however your energy you focus on is how it turns out. Underneath the surface, you do have the Nine of Pentacles, which is abundance in the outside. So that's a good card for the underlying energy. Overall, it's leaning towards going well. But if you go in fearing and freaking out, and that energy, we draw that in, which makes it how um, successful it is. The extremity of success depends on you, on your energy, your power of emotional choice, right? So I like that it's in your hands, not someone else's. Everyone's going to have an opinion about everything all your life. What opinion matters most is not even yours. It's creator's opinion, who loves us eternally, unconditionally, and thinks we're perfect and amazing. So it's like having a grandparent who just thinks we're their favorite. We can do no wrong in their eyes. That's the opinion that matters the most. These are just siblings that are trying to look good themselves, right? Has nothing to do with us. That's funny. So the cross examination, how will that go? Again, power of choice. You get to decide. Um, you have the devil card, Capricorn, work energy here, which is a good energy, and the Five of Staves. Yeah, this is the change of energy. And the important thing is, like, you can choose to look at that rather than that they're questioning you, they're just seeking clarification for everyone. And that's good, right? When we look at it as like, this isn't an attack against me, this is something they're doing for everyone. They're not trying to make me look bad. They're just trying to gain clarity for everyone. And if we make the choice to welcome it as, yeah, great question. So this is how we do this, and this is what we look at, blah, 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 and da 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 da, you know. And they're like, so blah 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 blah. And you're like, yeah, that's, I'm glad you asked that. And when we approach it that way instead of defensiveness and whatever, turns out very different when we realize we're in a relationship together. We're working for, the company, not against one another, right? So we're all in this together, and it's all about clarity, and that's what the Five of Wands is. We can think of it as a kung fu movie where we're trying to battle each other and hurt each other, when in reality we're all um, the example Spirit gives me is, you think these people are fighting, but then after one person's remained standing, everyone else is exhausted. They all laugh, help each other up. They all go back to the Buddhist monastery where they are all Buddhist monks and nuns helping each other um, improve their skills, not trying to hurt one another. It's all, we're working together energy. So when you look at that and you approach it that way, then you get that energy. If you choose that they're trying to make you look bad, then you're going to get defensive and then you're just going to go into fight or flight and then that's where conflict happens, right? But if we go about it going, we're all in this together, and I'm not going to take anyone's questions or actions or words or non-words or whatever as anything against me. This is for us as a group. So I like that. That's kind of like all the advice in there together too, right? Um, and then guidance, we have the moon energy and the 7 of coins. Yeah, I like this. This is trust, trust the process because that's all the phases of the moon. And trust the timing, the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So have patience. Be aware of your emotions going into it, right? Uh, with the um, with the moon energy that's coming in. And you said this is next week. Let me just take a look here. Let's see. Yeah, you might look at what moon is going on. What sign is the moon in when you're doing your presentation? Just be aware of that energy of the moon, because if it's a fiery moon, there might be some fire energies. If it's water moon, then people might be more emotional. If it's an air moon, everyone's going to be very in the mind. And if it's an earth moon, everyone's going to be kind of grounded, you know. So you can be prepared of that moon energy that's flipping around there. But I like it. It looks like it's headed towards good stuff, but what your energy is going into it is what your experience is going to be. And what experience you're having is how you're going to present and put out the energy. So I like that. It's up to you kind of energy on how good or how um well, it's not even that it's gonna be good, but is it gonna be great or is it gonna be good? That's up to you, right? Yeah, Leo energy. I love it. Rawr. As you walk your path, remember that your strength is not only in the spotlight, but also in the shadows where you can uncover the depths of your soul. So I like this energy of um, being in the spotlight because you're going to shine that Leo energy. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. All right. So thank you again for your multiple donations, Sudeshna. I'm all going on to the next year. So up next we have Diana, and then we got to Roast Crump, and then Endless Beauty after that. And if Johanna is awake by then, we'll jump to her. And then if I don't have any other donations, we'll move on to the last of, I think, 5 free readings that I had. All right. So, whoops. Let's not destroy things. All right. So, Diana, you are up. Thank you so much for being here for all this time and for all your multiple donations. Here's all of your timestamps all together. So, thank you again. I'm so grateful. And said here, yeah, it makes sense. Okay, good. Well, we'll see what we have here for the second mic. All right, so CP is more of the aggressive one. Yeah, FS is the indifferent. Okay, that makes sense. So um, I hadn't read that far yet. So that makes sense with what we were talking about. If the infidelity happened in the distant past, then how does it become known? And is CP or FS the person coming back into, and is CP or FS the past person? Oh, are they coming back into the picture? Um, okay. So I feel like we kind of answered that already, right? Yeah. And how it became known. So we kind of dove into that. Um, let's see, is there anything else that we want to know about that? Because we looked and said it wasn't that brought it to the end. I kind of want to know, does CP know that we kind of know that CP knows how strong does CP feel that FS wants to end things? And do they want to end things? Anything else? Yeah. Okay. Because I feel like that's what we want to know, right? Is how in tune is CP with FS's energy and mind, right? I just want to kind of know what what is all this whoops going on here, right? All right. So I feel like that, and we'll see what this is here. Yeah, and I feel here with the 9 of pentacles on the bottom, it's like my hermit energy. It's financial independence, being more independent in the physical world. I feel like those are big things that are really standing out to CP, right? Um, but let's see here. How in tune are they with what's going on in FS here? Got the 3 of cups. Yeah, it's the joy. The joy in the group energy that's here. I feel here they're feeling like I feel like they notice a change in the people they're hanging around too. Like all of you that hang around with all of you guys together, that those of you that might have a closer relationship with FS um are happier as well as they are. I feel like there's this they're like, "Why is everyone acting so much more happier? What do they know that I don't know?" I feel like they're picking up on other people's energies. Like, they're like, "Why is everyone what? Wait a minute." Um, and and why are they not as upset at me as they normally are? Kind of energy that's coming in here, right? So it's like, hmm. So let's see what else. The 10 of cups. Yeah, there's all this joy, joy, joy energy that's here. 3 of cups, 10 of cups, and the impatience that's been disappearing here too. So we already talked about that one, right? So they're a lot more joyful in spite of me, and they're more impatient with me. And so I feel like they're I feel like they're trying to put 2 and 2 together, but I don't feel like they wanna see it. Even though they say it, um, they make it it's like and they'll do things, they're trying to test it, right? Because 'Cause they're bringing back the comment that was made, like, a few weeks ago, right? Of, "Oh, they're just gonna wake up one day and decide to leave me. Oh, well, it is what it is." And they're, like, looking like, what's everyone thinking? And if everyone's like, "Yeah, you're right." If everyone's going, "Yeah, you're right." They're like, "What?" But I feel like they're testing people, right? Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, here's that dream come true energy, and they see that too. That you know, FS is really focused on my dream come true, my dream come true, my dream come true energy, and and they see that the focus is on that, and that all that energy is doing that, right? That's what we thought. What else? Yeah, yeah. We got the 4 of Wands. Here's that joy, joy, joy energy and the 8 of Cups. So I feel like this is the walking away from relationships that don't serve anymore, and this joy. I feel like they have a sense of it, because they're like they're a little too happy about this, you know. And we talked about it right, right? Excuse me, about you seem more happy when we talk about ending things than you do sad and upset. And they're seeing that the fear of a relationship ending isn't fear anymore. It's being replaced with joy. And I don't mean to laugh. It's just the way spirit's bringing it through. Because I know I've been through breakups. I've been on. Um, I haven't been on the other side. But it's been like I get it. I get both sides of what's going on, right? Um, one more curious question. Sure, you can. You can for sure. Um, yeah, and the wheel of fate is a turning, and the three of staffs. Yeah, I feel like they feel like it is fated that things are going to go a different direction. So I feel like they know, but I just feel like they don't want to um, admit it so much yet. The star card is a card of hope, and we talked about how, like, FS is 90% sure that they're wanting to end things, but that 10% is that hope, and that also rolls over into CP, as well. So, interesting, interesting. My goodness. What are we gonna have to talk about when all this ends? You need to find some other friends that have drama too, you know? I'm just kidding. What do we have? The sacral chakra. Yeah, the one-on-one energy. The divine message from your social chakra is to immerse yourself in creativity, joy, and sensory, leading you towards a life of vibrant expression. So this is that energy. They notice a change in FS's energy. They're like, they're more outgoing because they usually are more introvertish, but I feel like they're more outgoing because they're one, they want to get out of the house, but sure there'll be plenty to talk about. Oh, the way it's going, it's going to drag out. Okay. You're so funny. All right. So that's what we have for that one. And of course, your question will be back around for your additional one. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. What an adventure. All right. So, Rose Crump, thank you so much for your patience in getting to your reading here. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So let's give that a love and a like since it lets me here. All right. And okay. So here and Rose, I don't see your question. Let me scroll up here. Maybe you put it above it here. If you didn't, be sure to put your question down here. So I see you asked if you're part of the list. I know that's not your question you want from tarot. Yes. That's funny. All right. Okay. Oh, a general. Okay. Thank you. So what we'll do for the generals, I've got these Light Seers Tarot. I've got 3 decks of these, all combined together, shuffled, blah, 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 all 3 decks together, separated into 3 stacks. One represents your past, what Spirit wants you to know about what was coming from the past, bringing you up to the moment that you're in. Then we'll pull cards for the present. what they want you to know, and then for the future, what they want you to know about going forward. So, fun. Let's take a look here. So, from the past, what has happened to bring you to where you're at? All right. And then the present. Do want these there. Okay. And then the future. What do they want you to know? What will help guide you, or what they want you to know, or whatever about based on current energies going forward here? Okay. They didn't want any of those, but they do want this one and this one and that one. All right. All right. Wow. Just based on the bottom cards on the bottom of the deck, it almost looks like this might be relationship oriented. We'll talk about it here. For the past, you have the Eight of Cups, which is about walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore, and the movement forward here. Um, so I feel like there was some sort of leaving something emotionally, whether it is a situation or a person, but there was that. Let's see what this is about here. Yeah, there's a little bit of, strength with the Leo energy and the King of Swords. I do feel like there is this having the courage to walk away from someone or something that could only give mentally, but not really emotionally. Like there's the King of Swords is huge, mental energy. It's like someone who has like the King of Swords rules over the sword suit of the mind, but all kings get a second portion. So it's huge amount of mental energy, but kind of lacking in the emotional area. Seven of Cups, yeah, a lot of emotional confusion. The Sun card, here's that Leo energy, and the Knight of Wands. Yeah, a lot of passion, but not a lot of emotion. It feels like here of whatever this was in the past. So it feels like there was, this would remind me of someone who's learned I express my emotion through motion, passion, attraction, intimacy, not through emotional sharing. And because I don't love myself a whole lot, then I'm not able to give a whole lot emotionally. So I learn to give through passion, through action, motion, kind of energy. But it ends up not being enough because it feels like here with the Queen of Swords. So we've got the divine counterparts here, but they're turned away from each other in this scenario because the Queen of Swords, um, you know, represents she co-rules with the king so they can meet on a mental level and you know that but the queen behind the scenes has cups energy emotion. She is one of the balanced energies of between head and heart. But if someone can only give her mental energy, the heart is lacking, right? And I feel like that would be you. Oh, it does resonate. Okay. Yeah, so I feel like this was I have to have the courage to choose me and leave something behind that can't serve me because they're just not designed and I don't see them. It's almost like you fell in love with somebody for their potential of who they could be, and then you realized that ain't gonna happen, and you're like, "Oh, well, all right." And I feel like that's this movement forward in this energy, which, brought you to the current energy of the Seven of Swords underneath the bottom of the deck here, which into the present, the Seven of Swords is betrayal, feeling a betrayal of having something stolen out of our lives. But it's a reflection that becoming aware of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that can cheat me out of opportunities, that can steal opportunities away or where I can betray myself in some ways. And that can be an energy of actual physical betrayal in the outside world, or um, a mental, like a realizing I was shrinking, I was sacrificing myself for something that I think, like the dream of what could happen instead of, what is here, right? So, this is good. For the present, they want you to know here's the sun again. You can have this passion, this fire energy, and the emotional energy of the high priestess too. Two major arcana. You deserve to have the fire, the emotion. You deserve to have an emperor. This is a powerful energy. Let me see what these other cards are here too. You have the Three of Pentacles. Yeah, being true to your authentic self. And the Nine of Pentacles, being alone, being happy, being able to be happy alone, and realizing that everything you're looking for is inside of you. Yeah, this Emperor energy doesn't feel like a person in the present. It feels like you are the emperor. I'm the ruler of my life. I get to decide what I want, not what all these people in the throne room yapping about what you should want, supposed to want, and blah, 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 blah. You're like, I'm the emperor of the empire. I'm the ruler of my life. So thank you, everyone, for your opinions. Please leave them in the box on your way out the door. I'm clearing the throne room because I've got to have silence and quiet so I can get out of my head and into my heart to go, what is it that I want? And then I put a plan together and then I put action behind the plan. But there is this energy that comes in here too. It's like, and I feel like this is what will go into the future is I'm going to go live my passions. I'm not going to try to find someone to fill a position in my life because that feels like work. I put out an ad for a job, which is like dating sites, right? And then I do interviews, dates. I do background checks, check their social media, check with their friends. I do all this, and then all right, I'm going to hire you for the job. And then I find out they lied on their resume, have to fire them. Then you have to go over that process all over again. And that does definitely feel like work. But when we live our passions, live our lives, and go do the things I love, while I'm out doing that, I bump into people who are living their life, living their passions. We have things in common, spark. Then a relationship organically grows, and we end up going, I really like to spend more time together. Yeah, I would like to too. And blah, blah, blah. It just organically grows into something instead of it's a position with a job description and expectations, and here's the starting salary. It's less that. And I feel like this is kind of where we're leading to here. Oh, I love that for you. Perfect. Yes, 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 yes. And where this is leading you, you do have a marriage in the future. You have the Four of Wands energy. So there is a marriage in your future. Your path leads to it. Um, so just I feel like they want you to know that for your future. You're based on your even they're like whatever path you take, you do have a fated relationship that you will meet. And because sometimes we'll get possibility energy, but I feel like yours is not possibility. Yours is like it's just a matter of when, how soon you'll meet them, how long you guys will be together. Um, it has to do with what path you take. It's sooner or later, you it's like there's this scope of this person that you will yeah, I love that you'll get to there. Um so I do like that, where it's headed there. Let's see here for the future what guidance they have here for you. Yeah, you got the Four of Wands again. Uh so you definitely have this marriage energy coming in here. It's definitely there. Um, yeah, and I feel here yeah, exactly. And that's what you have. You have the Hermit, which is working on yourself. You even have the 9 of Pentacles, which is hermit energy. You're working on yourself with spirit. You're finding yourself, and then out of nowhere, the Knight of Wands energy is like out of nowhere, when you're living your life and focusing on you, boom, here they come out of nowhere. Um, and it's fast. It's not like a dating or whatever. This is that energy of the you're outliving your passions, and that's where they come in. I like that. Yep, you have the Hierophant, which is I feel like this is you meet them when you're learning something, like whether it's a cooking class or a pottery class or somewhere, a Reiki healing class, wherever you're like, "Psh, psh, spark." Yeah, there's even a spark up at the top. Psh, but it's joyful and it's not, um, it just, like I said, it's organic. Yeah, the Queen of Pentacles. You're focusing on yourself, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and here's that 8 of Cups again. And I feel like a lot of this nurturing, and this is what you're doing, you're learning about the relationships that don't serve you, that you're leaving behind emotionally, both past exes, lovers, but friends, family, and also this emotion below the surface that had been there. Um, um, things that have been pushed down and suppressed since you were younger, um, like 7 years old and younger. And so I do feel like you're on this emotional journey, right? You're doing this emotional inner work and releasing a lot of that, transforming it, getting back kind of like your emotional bank feels like it's almost bankrupt, and so you're getting back this emotional energy from all these out of balance relationships where you give 70, 80, 90% into things and get 10, 20, 30% back. And so you're getting that energy back because there's some that you need to cut off. You're like, yep, that's long overdue. I need to I'm the life support system of this um relationship that's in a coma, and it's a vegetable. I need to let it go. I know that's kind of a dark a dark thing to say, but it's like, yep, it's time to unplug. That relationship needs to transition to the other side. But then there's also the movement of the energy below the surface that we're bringing, you know, up and transforming it. Old suppressed anger and sadness that you weren't allowed to feel when you were younger, and you're releasing that and all that energy that's being used to charge those emotions and keep them down and suppressed and pushed down. All that energy comes back to you too. And once your emotional bank is filling up, then your heart is ready for that spark. But until then, yeah, I feel like it's going to be a good time in the cocoon, transforming and letting some stuff go. So I really like this for you. Your fortune cookie is the divine feminine. Yeah, really connecting to your heart. Nurturing love, deep intuition, and creative flow are qualities of the divine feminine. May her wisdom guide you toward a life of compassion and harmony, starting with yourself, right? I love that. Sorry, my stomach growl. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Enjoy your evening. All right. Endless Beauty. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. You're very welcome. Excited for you. All right. So, Endless Beauty, let's give your donation a love and a like here. And let's see here. Let's see your question. All right. Endless Beauty. Let me just scroll up a little bit in case you put it up here. I don't see your question out here yet. So, if you are here, pop it down below. I don't think I saw anything up there. Let me just go a little slower. It's because if it's right here in front of me, smack. Oh, here. Hey, Cat Goddess. Didn't see you come in. Hello, hello, if you're still here. I'll add you to the free list here if I get to those this evening anymore. And then A, B, C, D, F, G. Okay, so that's just a repost of what you put earlier. Okay. All right. Well, let me going to just delete that. I'm going to remove that for now. Endless Beauty. I don't see your question. So if you're here, pop it out there. I'm just going to move you down one on the list. I'm going to jump to Diana just for the sake of time here. And if you don't pop in, I might just give you a general, but we'll see. So, Diana, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I am so grateful for all your donations this evening, and sorry for the cliffhangers. My goodness. Here is your all of the timestamps. All right. So thank you. Behind the scenes. One more question. Another donation. All right. See there. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. All right. So first of all, you're very welcome. Thank you. So a reading, please, on what will unfold this weekend. All right. A bunch of friends are going out of town. The last time everyone got together, right? They lashed out at FS in front of everyone. F has ignored it, right? Right. However, on the way home, a huge fight ensued. He said, "You embarrassed me in front of your." Yeah. Oh, that's right. No, you embarrassed yourself. Oh, oh, me in front of our friends. Days, reading please on what's going to happen this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. What's going to happen between them? What will friends see? What will happen on the way home? All right. Wow. I thought, no, you embarrassed yourself in front of your friends. I thought that's what FS would say. No, you embarrassed yourself. You don't need no help. Cheers, more tea. All right. So Friday, thank you. Saturday. Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. Fireworks on Saturday, evidently. That song just came in as soon as I said that. And then Sunday. Okay. And then yeah, what's going to happen is all that. And then what will friends see? I feel like we'll get the little skinny below. Here's what the friends will see from those. And what will happen on the way home? Yeah, that's what I thought we were going to have that one here. What will happen on the way home? Separate cars, maybe? I don't know. Let's see here. Why did you guys drive separately? We're just thinking in advance. All right. So, Friday, right? Friday. So tomorrow. It's tomorrow? Because today's Thursday, right? Yeah. So tomorrow, what will happen between them, the two of them? Seems to be quiet, peaceful. Malika of Coins, Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, more nurturing themselves, keeping to themselves. Peace on Friday is what happens between them, at least from their perspectives. From the friend's perspective, yeah. Ace of Cups, love overflowing. Wow. Is this because everyone arrives late on Friday? Oh, they really don't like CP, right? Oh, Well, it looks like Friday seems to be very calm and um, yeah, it just doesn't feel like maybe it's because everyone's arriving late on Friday. Because everyone thinks it's just feels harmonious. Everything feels okay on Friday. It doesn't seem like that bad at all with all of this, you know? There's rest, peace of mind, there's a lot of self-nurturing. It feels abundant. It feels all right. Oh, that's why. That's why. So they come on Saturday. So Friday, I feel like, yeah, there's just a lot of to themselves and peace there. So that would make sense. So they won't be there till Saturday. So, everyone from your everyone's standpoint, everyone's just like, it's all harmony and wonderfulness. That makes sense, while it's there. Yeah. So it feels like everything's going fine, and that makes sense. It's just about getting to bed and getting to sleep, so there's not a whole lot of action, it feels like. Saturday, 4th of July, let's see what happens here. And we have the 9 of staves, the 9 of wands, which is there is some fire energy there. Does feel very blocks, right? Walls, this forest field in between people. We do have the Hierophant trying to see things from a higher perspective or being drawn, but it's the number of change here. Hmm. And the 9 of swords, yeah. A lot of fears, nightmare and insomnia coming in here. So these two nines, the fire behind this and trying to see things from a different perspective. But there's just a matter of I don't know, this what is this wall? This wall, the 9 of wands, it just feels like fears are contained and trying to see things from a different perspective, and I feel like that's their intention on what's going on between them. What do friends see here? Yeah, the power of choice energy. Everyone sees a little something different, that's coming in here. That is interesting energy here. Let me, the bottom of the deck, I mean, we do have the 8 of coins, which is trying to put in the work to get a result, but this 5, this change of plans energy. Let me take out this 8 of I just want to let me just pull a clarifier here. How are these fears expressed? Or is this what's this 4th of July then? What is this? Okay. We do have the 8 of wands. there are there's flaming things fired at each other. But look who's on the bottom of the deck. Here we go again. The standing in this energy here, it just feels like there's this shield, this guard around where FS just doesn't feel uh it's like there's a force field. They don't feel impacted by it, right? It's just like they're hitting against this force field. Psh, 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 psh. Not getting to me. Your little blah 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 not getting to me. And it does. It just feels like Saturday, even though there's fireworks, they're just happening in the sky. They're not hitting FS. There's not a reaction on Saturday. Hmm. Let's see what happens on Sunday. Yeah, because we got the Daughter of Coins, the Shah of Cups, Page of Pentacles, And the Shah of Cups, balance of the head and heart. It feels like an abundant energy that comes in here. And friends see just the devil, the devil card energy here, which is the shaking and the rattling of the cages. But it's with this 8 of coins, there is something here. I know, right? The long drive home, we'll see here. It just feels here. I wonder if CP, let's ask, does CP arrive? Because this change energy in this, it almost feels like, because the 8 of wands, that almost felt like it was long distance, like, you know how catapults shoot fireballs. It's almost like they were shot from a distance. So I'm wondering, are they there, or was it via text and blah blah blah? Do they decide not to go, or does something happen? Is CP going to be there based on current energies? 7 of Pentacles, which is a something slow. We have the 2 of Coins, 4 of Staves. Joy, celebration, another option. Would they really choose to go somewhere else? How weird. Let's see what the drive home looks like. You have the 10 of Pentacles, feels abundant. 3 of Coins, I'm true to my authentic self. Lover's card, 6 of Swords. Here's all that energy again here. I almost get an impression here. Yeah. Yeah. I almost feel here. I get this nudge that they're not going to be there. That's why it's so peaceful. But yeah, it almost feels like too quiet where and I got this impression when I first read the question about, and that's like the separate cars, separate, separate, separate. I got like hermit energy. That's what I was wondering. Um it's almost like they're supposed to come, but what is this? This that they're feels very independent. Yeah. I mean, it because it feels like a great ride home, right? Yeah, let me pull up a couple here. And endless beauty, if you are here, if you came back, if you haven't put, I don't see your question. If you want to put your question out there, you'll be up next. All right. I'm going to move away from that deck. I'm just going to jump to this one over here. I just want to see here. Why would CP not go? The Emperor and the 7 of Cups. The Emperor is FS, right? Emperor says, you're not going. 7 of Cups. A lot of emotional, a lot of emotion. Let's see. A lot of, well, it's not emotional confusion, but it's, yeah. I mean, the Emperor, the Emperor decides you do not go. And I feel like they get the 7 of Cups would be emotional conflict and say, you're just not going, you're just staying here. I'm going by myself. The Emperor has decided. What's the repercussions? King of Pentacles, there's an abundance energy. The Queen, the King and the Queen of Pentacles, and the Wheel of Fortune. Holy cockapoo doo doo. All three of these are all about abundance and fulfillment and a great amount of um it's best. It's best for both of them. I wonder because we did get the 6 of Swords and the Lover's card. Those are the 6 of Swords was the trip with the love with the hanky panky. I wonder if what explodes is this comes up, right? um and yeah, even the bottom of the deck has the sun, which is I mean, you 4 of the major abundance kind of cards. I don't feel like there would be fallout. Yeah. But I feel like maybe there's something that causes this emotional conflict. That 6 of Swords and that appeared on the drive on the way home. But I feel like I feel like that's why they don't go. But they still um attack from a distance via text, right? I hope you're having fun with your friends and family. I know they don't like me. You know? When you're right, you're right. Wow. All right. Let's see what the fortune cookie is here. I'm going to need to start closing down here in a minute. I'm at 5.5 hours. So I will zip through here. That happened before. Yep, I can imagine. What do we have here? Oh, Mercury's in retrograde too, which started on Monday, Tuesday. So there's a lot of uh, miscommunication. Your words carry the potential to inspire, heal, and illuminate minds and hearts of those around you. Use this gift with intention and authenticity. Your words also, it doesn't say it in here, your words also carry the potential to really piss people off. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I would be surprised if they showed up. But based on current energies, maybe there was a fight today and then the emotions are all over. But that's based on current energies of what is due to unfold here, right? Yeah. um, well, I mean, based on current energies, what's the likelihood? I wish I had percentage cards. What's the percentage, right? But I feel like um, I'll do one last clarifier, and then I do need to go into the last two donations and then the free readings because I'm hitting 5.5 hours and it's 11:30 at night here. So um, I'll make this the last for this evening, if that's okay. I have taken two bio breaks, so at least my bladder's fine. All right, what's the likelihood? Can you tell us here? Yeah, I mean, we've got the 2 of Swords, which is it could go either way, but we do have the 4 of Swords and the 5 of Wands. The peaceful night's sleep and the battling going on here, and the sleeping alone. Because at first I thought separate rooms, but like, yeah, one at home, one 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 at the hotel. Labor loss, so you deserve a break. I know, right? So very interesting. I feel like it's different now though because of that emperor energy. Like who decides? The emperor. Excuse me. The emperor says Nope. Um, "No, I'm not gonna go." "Okay, you're not gonna go." "Well, no, I wanna go now." "No, I think it's best you stay." "Bye." Zoom zoom. "See ya." Wouldn't wanna be ya. If you wanna drive, you take your own car because I don't wanna drive back with you. Alright. So on that note, end scene. So thank you again, Diane. I really appreciate all your multiple donations tonight. My goodness. The drama, the drama. Much love to you. Cheers. Cheers. One for the road. One for the road. Cheers. All right. So, endless beauty. I do not see your question. So, I am going to, I'll give you a general reading. And I know Spirit knows what you're wanting. We're going to use the Three Sisters of Fate. I got 3 decks of the Light Seers Tarot that are split into. I joined them all together, all 3 decks, and they're all shuffled up and mixed up and separated into 3 piles. You could get 3 of the same cards, which is amazing. But we'll pull from the past here to see what Spirit wants you to know, but where you're coming from, what has brought you to where you are at now. All right, and then the present, what they want you to know about where you're at as well. What they want you to know about your present moment. All right. Sorry, I'm seeing the bottom of the deck. You have the King of Wands of the past, the Queen of Wands for the present as your underlying energies of your past and your present. And then for your future, these, what they want you to know, what guidance based on current energies, where you're headed here. Yeah, the 10 of Pentacles. We like that. This is good energy. So, with starting with your past here, Empress Beauty, you have the King of Wands. King of Wands is about stepping into your power, about you deciding what you want and getting out of your head and kind of clearing around a lot of people out of your space so that you could make decisions that you wanted and put a plan together and to move forward. This is a lot of action, fire energy, but balanced with mind, with thinking from a higher perspective. And that's the thinking piece of what I want to do, what I want to plan, where do I want to move forward kind of energy. And yeah, I like this. So you have the Queen of Pentacles, which is a lot of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Makes sense. You're choosing from your heart, not from your mind. What's interesting under the King of Wands on the bottom of the deck, well, you have the Four of Cups and the King of Wands again, and the Queen of Wands underneath that. So there is this energy here on the bottom of the deck of a lot of this fire energy. But the reason I bring the 4 of Cups, the 4 of Cups, you see how bored she is with it's like emotional stagnation, not not finding someone that sparks, that divine counterpart of the king and queen, right? Coming together of this matching energy, divine counterpart energy. I'm looking for someone that brings the fire, brings the physical, energetic attraction um, as well, right? Um, because on the bottom here, you have the Queen of Pentacles, like that's the nurturing oneself. I'm looking for that nurturing, but you have the 4 of Cups down here too. This is why I brought it up. And you have the Judgment card and the 4 of Wands. Yeah, this I want something more. 4 of Wands is a marriage card. It's a joy celebration card too, but I feel like all of this is about I want something more energy that's coming in here. Yeah. And the other card that was separate from all those in the past is what is the dream come true? Wishing upon a star. So a lot of clarity with this King of Wands, deciding what is it that I want, not what everyone else wants. So a lot of energy being invested into I'm trying to understand what is my dream. And I feel like that's what brought you up to this point with the Queen of Wands on the bottom of the present moment. This is about taking your power, stepping into your power, going from the heart and the passion, because she rolls over the wand suit with the king, but behind the scenes, the queen also has emotion. So, whereas before you were looking at things from the mind, and that present moment is you dropped into your heart to ask your heart what it is it wants. Where do you want to invest your energy in the moment? The four cards that came out for this one, yep, Four of Pentacles. You have all these fours. You're really on this journey trying to find a solid foundation of your worth, of what I want, who do I want to be, what do I want? And I feel like you've been in that clarity stage, letting go a lot of opinions of the past coming in here. Yeah. Especially around what is the dream come true, the Nine of Cups, the emotional dream come true card here. And so it's from the heart. Kind of got from the mind what it expects, what it wants, but then from a higher place, you're deciding what you want in your mind, not all these expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and blah, blah, blah. But what do I really want? And then what do you want, heart? And you're joining those together, it feels. Yeah. You're finding a balance between the head and the heart. King of Cups rolls over emotion. Behind the scenes has head, swords, air energy. So this is this finding this balance, discovering who this is, and the high priestess energy too. So you're in this period with the high priestess of having stepped away from the outside world to see things from that high priestess temple, look down and see things differently, right? To see behind the scenes, dive deep into your emotions. So, all of this energy is kind of this alone energy that you've chosen to step back to be able to see things more clearly. Going forward, you do have the 10 of Pentacles. You do have this relationship, this legacy, this fullness of life ahead here. Let's see here. Is it faded or is it possibilities? Let's take a look here. I think I want to do this one here. Yeah, the Five of Swords. There's a little bit of still working out the difference between what the expectations are of who someone's supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring into a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring to you, all this supposed to, who you're supposed to be in that relationship, who are you supposed to be in life. A lot of old opinions you had growing up that you can put over here as opinion, and you're still kind of working out the difference between what it is that you want, what you've been convinced you're supposed to want. A lot of clarity still working itself out here, so that you can be true to your authentic self with the Three of Pentacles. And there's that lot of that, again, the unraveling of who you were told you're supposed to be to discover who you really are. And this is good. This is continuing here for a little bit here. Let me see here. Do we have you do have the Two of Cups. So this is the future. You do have a relationship that's destined here in the future. You still have a little bit of alone time in the future here, but it's for you because with the Nine of Pentacles, that's being alone with spirit, like in the garden. And the Eight of Cups is you being able to leave behind emotions and relationships and different things that don't serve you anymore to prepare you. You're raising your love vibration by getting rid of, it's like filling up your emotional bank with the Eight of Cups. It's like if your emotional bank feels empty, it's because you're investing a lot in a lot of friendships, relationships, past emotions that don't serve you anymore, where you're giving so much and getting so little back. So it's like doing an inventory of where you're investing your emotional energy, and you get all that emotional energy back. And that includes the ones that you've kind of pushed down, like we all do when we're 7 years old and younger. Any anger, any sadness that we weren't allowed to Everyone likes the happy child, the laughing, smiling child. But the other two ways a child responds and emotionally responds to life when we're 7 years old and younger, which is when our emotional body is being created, our mind isn't there yet. So we just react through laughing and smiling, crying, um, or anger and throwing a tantrum, right? And they don't, sad baby, sad child, angry child. No, no, no. We push all that down. That energy doesn't go anywhere. We just are using energy to keep that down. And as you allow yourself to work through those emotions, all that energy gets to come back into your emotional bank instead of being charged and having to be pushed down, right? You also have the strength card, which I like. This is Leo energy. You're getting to know yourself, your higher self in a bigger way. So there is this beautiful evolution in a way of you're stepping into your power. You're realizing that you are the um, leader of your life. You are the one that gets to um, choose where you're investing your energy and how you like what your dream is. All this dream come true energy again resurfacing about who is the perfect person for me, and you discover that perfect person for you is you, and that every relationship that you've had in the outside world is an expression of your self-love. Um, and so the more you raise your own love vibration, the more it draws in someone that feels like they fit like a glove instead of someone who feels like lack. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. What else? All right. You got fire. Which says your ability to be passionate, take risks, and pursue your dreams with fervor is a testament to the potential for growth and transformation within your soul. Can make it a special that wands energy. That's all fire energy. King of wands, queen of wands, all that coming up. And you have that ability that even that Leo energy on the end is fire energy, right? So it's about being able to, excuse me, um, being able to point that fire in the direction that inward and upward instead of outward. That helps. So hopefully that brings you what you were looking for there. Endless beauty. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Johanna. I have not heard back from you because I think you're asleep. So what we will do here, since we already did a general for you before, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Let me scroll all the way back up here. Could I have a general? Nope, I don't see anything there. So, what I'll do here is see what Spirit has here for you. Let's see. We'll tap into your energies and see what we've got here. What do we have? Deep, deep, deep. Okay. So you want messages from your guides. I get it. I want that. Don't want those. But I do want to, yeah, I do want to. That's so funny. I want to go over here. I want to pull here a is it positivism? Nope, it is message from your guides. No, they're like literally guides of the hidden realms oracle. So let's pull a card here. The reason I laughed is because the bottom of the deck we do have the Tower card, and there, how we were talking about earlier about how they're removing things out of your path. So that's interesting. Let's take a look here. They are removing things out of your path to create things here for you. So let's see here. What message do you have for you, Hannah, please? Right, this is the one here. All right, you got death reclaims life. I like it. Endings and beginnings. Letting go, the sacred quality of death and natural endings. Grief. Let's take a look here. So this is the someone being removed out of your life suddenly, or something, but it is the attributes of emptiness, saying goodbye with blessings. And it says there are always endings in life, some expected and prepared for, others not. Thus, the Tower. It's the price of existence on earth to be full, then empty, to flourish, then decay, to be born, then die. We live and love fully and freely until our bodies are no longer able to support our life force energy. Then we move on to another type of life in the invisible realms, returning to source, our journey on earth done. So it's important to honor and bless the endings in your situation now. Let go so you can grieve in the temporary emptiness. It's okay to feel vulnerable and sad, or even relieved and glad. Some things, situations, and relationships are not meant to last, but that doesn't diminish any of the gifts you've shared as a result of coming together. The good news is that letting what no longer serves you die and acknowledging it is also an invitation to be reborn. Soon, what must be empty will be refilled, and the taste will be even sweeter. Surrender your resistance and accept this beautiful gift. The reversal of the card says, sometimes we linger too long in situations that need to end. Perhaps you're holding out for a change that isn't meant to be. That person you love remains unavailable. That job just doesn't get better, and so on. You don't want to miss out on something you dearly hoped for, so you hang on to the bitter end. What ending are you resisting? You may be struggling to leave with grace, needing the excuse of something or someone else being wrong. But what if it's just time to move on? Bless all the endings in your life and find the beauty in them. Look at the gifts in the whole journey and celebrate all you've learned, the time spent, the love given, the attention, the joys, and yes, even the turmoil. No experience is ever wasted. If you don't want to repeat the patterns of the past, bless the death of things and find closure for your heart. You will be so glad you did. Wow. I like that for you and that tower coming in that someone's removed out of your life. It is on purpose for you. Doesn't happen to you, right? I think we know what this is about, right? All right, I get it. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles, the end of a relationship, and the sun card, Leo energy. So they're definitely, here's this reminiscence of the sun, the spotlight, that the 10 of pentacles relationship, comes later, and that this is for you, this ending. Um, and yeah, the 7 of cups. Yeah, to experience all the emotions. Look, all the emotions that you can choose from for singing and acting and everything else. That's got to be your fairy godmother. And you can use all this pain that we've had in singing and connecting to those heartbreak songs, or the when I need to cry in a scene, I can think of things, right? I like that. Yeah, and the letting go of chains, Capricorn, Saturn energy, which is, letting go of the expectations of the long held beliefs, and going, yeah, you know what? I'm getting out of my head, um, and that power of the Saturn energy, which if you do the work, you get the reward that comes with it all. So I like that reference to working a little bit too. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And if this wasn't what you were wanting, please let me know. I will pull cards tomorrow. If you had something else, put your question. Let me know. Taurus bull energy. Brr. Your perseverance can move mountains over time. But remember that bending with the wind of change doesn't weaken your strength. Don't be stubborn. Me? Stubborn? Never. All right. So that is it, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations, but please let me know if that wasn't the question you were wanting answered, and we will definitely circle back for that. Not tonight, though. I'm at almost 6 hours. Um, and I do have 6 free readings that I am going to complete because I said I would. I don't think anyone else added anything else. Let me just make sure that was a repeat. No, I think I did. I got Cat Goddess. This is really close to the microphone. Sorry. All right. All right. So I think that's it. So Maria P 551. Whoops. I can't even type. 551:23 is your timestamp, Maria. Since it took me so long to type. Oh my gosh. There we go. So Wally's true feelings towards you. So what from their heart, how are they really feeling towards you? All right. What do we have here? Yeah, we have the 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles. So there definitely is that relationship energy that comes in here. We do have the Leo energy, the strength card here. So they definitely, this connection, this draw towards you, passion energy that's here. And the Six of Swords, letting old ways of thinking go, moving to new ways of thinking. It is a transformational energy. It's going from choppy to calmer waters. So I feel like that's what we were talking about, where their emotions are at right now. And they fluctuate like we all do. Our emotions fluctuate depending on what we're going through in the moment, right? If I'm not feeling well, I'm going to be cranky. My opinion of others is lower from a human standpoint. And if I'm in a great mood, then I think everyone's great, right? So it changes, but the energy of right now is that they do feel like they're moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, and you guys, admittedly did get into some choppy waters, which is all right. That's part of relationships. But you guys are making your way to calmer waters out of the White River Rapids, right? So I like that. So hopefully that helps, Maria. That's what they have for you right now. All right. So, and thank you again for your donation earlier. All right, Teresa Horton, you are up. Thank you so much for your patience in getting to your reading here hours and hours later. There we go. And you want to know, can you tell me about your money? Do you see money coming, please? All right. Hey, Olivier, are you still hanging out? Hello, good to see you. All right. So let's see here. What about money? Money, money. Tell me about the money for Teresa. What do we got going on here? Yeah. You know, you do have great possibilities of money here with both here. Um, you know, Knight of Wands and Five of Wands. The Wands energy is all about possibility. The Five of Wands is about changing energy. It's conflicting energy, and the Sun of or the Knight of Wands is fast moving. So this is, and it's also about the quest of stepping into your power. So really realizing that, whatever I focus on with my energy is what I draw in. If I focus on, I need more money, I want more money, I am afraid I won't have enough money, lack energy all around there, right? Um, because how we are being around money is what we draw towards us. So if I'm fearful, I'm going to draw in fear around money. If I feel like I don't have enough in the moment, I'm going to draw in more lack, right? So what we can do with our energy to draw money towards us is to be grateful in this moment, realizing I've got everything I need already right here, right now. And I'm grateful for what I have and for what I have had. That opens me up to as a conduit to receive more and more and more instead of what if this, what if that, what if this, and oh my god, I need, and we're taught, there's no judgment in that at all because we're all taught to focus on lack and fear and not enough growing up, right? Money don't grow on trees is what we hear. I heard growing up, right? I want that Lego set. Money doesn't grow on trees. You better get a job if you want that. What? So we learn lack growing up, but we can learn gratitude now, and we can change that attitude to gratitude. And then that's what can bring abundance in. Right now, it feels like, all this energy is about you have the ability to change your situation. Because based on current energy, it feels like we're in lack, and this is an amazing because as soon as you make that change, that Knight of Wands, things can come in very fast and very quick for you. So hopefully that makes sense, Teresa. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings. Right. Tacho Love, you are up. Grab your timestamp here. What does Spirit have for you? Will Rex reach out to you? All right, let's take a look here. So we'll focus in on that second piece. Will Rex reach out to you? All right. Got the 8 of Coins and the 10 of Swords. Not yet. The 10 of Swords, this is it's like the 8 of Pentacles is about putting in the work to get the reward, the transformational energy, and the 10 of Swords is about letting go of a lot of expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be. Part of what you were to learn with Rex is to let expectations go, to free yourself, which then frees other people too in the process. But part of this, it's worth putting in the effort of what do I expect? Because expectations suck the life out of relationships. And this is what Spirit has for you too. I mean, it's because it impacts every area of our lives. All these stories about supposed to be around relationships and situations like jobs and education and money and our bodies and all that stuff. We have all these rules and stories, but this is about I can change the story of things. I can release all of these expectations that have been given, like, this is how it has to happen. This limits things. This sucks the life because I start focusing on what's not happening, what Rex isn't doing. And so, what you can do is, Rex isn't reaching out to me when I expect him and want him to. It's like, I'm going to be instead focus on what am I grateful for Rex. If I want to draw Rex to me, if that's for my highest experience, then I'm going to think about Rex and go, what am I grateful for? I'm grateful for them in this, and I'm grateful for this and what I have experienced with them. I loved when, and I'm so grateful when we had that conversation and when we talked about that. When we sincerely, we can't fake energy. We can't be like, yeah, I'm grateful. When are they going to call? That lack energy will push them away. What's not happening gives me more not happening when I focus on the gratitude for what do I love about them and the experiences we had. Sorry, that was probably loud. Then that can draw it in. So right now it doesn't feel like they'll be reaching out next. Let me see. I'll pull based on current energy. Let's pull a when card here. Thank you. Card came flying out. We got October 24th to November 22nd. So you do have the Judgment card. So, and that is the calling card in the trumpet. So I do feel like they will reach out before November 22nd because we're in that period right now. So can't make that up. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. But you can change that energy, um, and that will draw them in, right? All right. So that's what they have for you. Any blessings? Oops. That's not what I wanted. There we go. And then A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Right? Yep, all the way to G. So here is your timestamp here. I am well. Thank you very much. Olivia said, glad to see you back. I haven't left. I'm hitting 6 hours right now. But I'm going to be finished up. I only got 3 more to go, and then I am out. I'll be back tomorrow, though. Of course. So let's take a look here. You want to know, why is he hesitating and getting cold feet from reaching out to you directly? He keeps making bummer accounts, but I never get a direct message. Okay. Oh, burner accounts. All right, let's take a look here. So why are they hesitating and getting cold feet? Let's see what we got here. We've got Son of Cups, Six of Staves. Well, the Son of Cups, which is the Knight of Cups, is a movement of romance. It is a quest for love. And the Six of Wands, Six of Staves, is a victory, and it's an equal, passionate draw here. Yeah, what is this problem? No, I'm just kidding. Where's their cold feet coming from here? Because they're wanting this victory, they're wanting this equal attraction. I feel like they have this equal attraction energy here. The Six of Cups. I'm getting a message of, I'm in love with the feeling of being in love. And yeah, it's an interesting energy because it's not like they're a player. They like romance. They like the communication, I want to say, um the intrigue, the initiation, but then they lose interest very fast. So it's not personal with you because it just feels like, I like being in pursuit of love, but I don't like, but that victory, it's like they're afraid of victory, of finding it. And that has to do with their it's an insecurity. It's a fear, you know, of loss, which is generally what rules us when we're afraid of abandonment, being left behind, someone, us not being enough, and someone abandoning or rejecting us because of that. Um, and I feel like that is kind of the energy that's coming in here with this. I like the pursuit, but I can't, you know, hit this end of it, this achievement of it, because that means that um, the adventure ends, but also rejection comes, if that makes sense. But so I feel like it's more the pursuit and the intrigue, but um, like I said, it's almost like a sparkler. You know how, like, in Fourth of July you light it up and it's, "Psst, oh wow, look at it," psst, and it's gone, and you're like, oh, it's over. Psh, that was fun. That's the kind of sparky energy that I get from them. So I don't feel like it's something specifically with you. I just feel like it's how they do things. Um, and I feel like that with that Six of Wands, it is the passion that they look for a little bit there as well. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. I know. It's just like, doesn't feel like I would invest my energy there. You can say
No, no, no. 1,000 times no.
to them. All right. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. And then Tarot Oddity, you are up. Let's put your timestamp here. All right. Hey, Yati Chopra. I'm tired. I've been on for 6 hours. I'm almost on my way out. So if you want a free reading, you can throw it on here. And I only have like a couple more to go. Um, but I'm going to be headed out here. So if you do want to be included, the elevator doors are closing. So throw your question in. All right. So tarot oddity, a general reading. Let's take a look here. What does spirit want you to know right now? Nope, none of those. All right. Don't want that. I don't want those though. What else do we have here? Okay, there we go. Yeah, all right. Got the Justice and the Ace of Cups. Beautiful energies coming in here. There's a lot of clarity coming in here in your life right now. The Justice card, brings in that Ace of Swords energy of seeing things from a higher perspective. The balancing of the scales around what love means and what self-love means. And I feel like you've been really fine tuning that, especially in the mind with the Justice card bringing in this, area energy. It's Libra energy too. So it can be around relationships. And I like this clarity that's coming in because they're reminding you, because you know this, but this is just a friendly reminder, that every relationship of the outside world always is a reflection of our self love. And that everything we see, and whether it's lovers or friends or family or whoever, they're all pointing us back to what we want to see about ourselves to set ourselves free. Because, of course, growing up, we get a lot of small t truths rooted in fear, opinions of the outside world of what things are supposed to be, what defines you. And we're taught these three buckets of the outside world define us, right? Relationships, situations, and things. But all those things are unstable, temporary. They don't define us. It's what we're told that do, but we know that they don't, because we end up turning inward and upward to where we find the definition of ourselves, which is the eternal, unconditional love of the um, upper world, right? Of creator of the universe. And when we define ourselves by that, we're priceless. That changes the scales, right? Because otherwise we end up, that's retail price of the outside world. What are we worth to people in the outside world? That's what we look at, right? So sorry. We end up on the clearance rack, right? We inward and upward, we realize we're priceless. Out there, we're marked down, depending on how people are feeling, what season it is, all of that. Because a parka coat during the winter in northern Alaska, wow, you're fought over, right? If you're that same parka coat during the summer on a tropical island on the equator, you don't even make it to the clearance rack. You're just donated to Goodwill. So there's this self-love, this self-worth energy, this beautiful balancing, realizing everything we're seeing out here is reflecting back to me to see what I want to see, to free me from these being tied to this clearance price, to getting rid of the price tags and realizing I am priceless. There's not even a price tag on me. You have to ask the owner, creator, what my worth is. That's, when you go into a restaurant and a menu um, doesn't have prices. Uh-oh. But that's what's going on with you right now. So hopefully that resonates for you at Tarot Oddity. Many blessings to you. All right. And then lastly but not leastly, we got Cat Goddess. Let's grab your timestamp here. I tell you, this 6 hours flew by, but I can tell I'm getting hungry. I didn't eat dinner. It's midnight. Should I eat? I'm a gremlin. I might, you don't feed gremlins after midnight, right? So, Cat Goddess, what does what do your spirit guides want you to know right now? What blessings you could potentially expect soon coming your way? All right, let's take a look here. Okay, and this one here. Wow, you got the 9 of Cups and the 10 of Cups. Wow. Do have a lot of beautiful emotional energy flowing in here. Um, it's interesting because the 9 of Cups progression to the 10 of Cups. 9 being the hermit energy, and cups being our emotions. This is your self love. You can see this giant picture up here pours out. You fill up and overflow to the outside world. That all of our love experiences like we were just talking about, are an expression of our inner love, our self love. And I feel like the blessing that's coming your way is this connection. Like, you know, a lot of stuff up here about self love, and you've been dropping things, and you can tell when things drop into our heart because we go from knowing to knowing it, right? Where it's just like, wow. Because it goes from like, "Oh, yeah, I get it," to, "Oh my gosh, I get it," you know? And there's this beautiful dropping in of this higher vibrational love that just flows into your heart, that just fills you up and overflows out to the world. It's almost like you get this little joyful glimpse into the what eternal unconditional love feels like. You get like a drop of it, which is a lot for, our energy, which is a lot for our humanness coming in. So, I feel like that comes in, and I don't even feel like it's anything that you really do as much as you allow. It's like you open up and you let go, and it just this awareness drops, and then all this beautiful love from above floods you in and overflows. I do feel like there's an anniversary maybe of someone, an important date of a passing anniversary of birth of someone who's on the other side, that they're like, "This gift is from me. I'm giving you an extra woof of love energy that you get to fill up and overflows." So, I love that. I love it, I love it, I love it. So, that is what they have for you, Cat Goddess. So many blessings to you. Alright. Hey, Alice. Um, um, I'm so yeah, let me grab your here's your timestamp from earlier. Um, but I'm not taking anything new, because I hit 6 hours and I need to go rest. If you wanna donate and put your question, I can, put it for tomorrow night. But I my voice is, starting to go, and I need to go have a little snack before I go to bed. So, we can definitely grab it for tomorrow night. Hey, Yati. Oh, thank you. I'll grab yours real quick here. Yours is kind of a yes or no, so we can do that one real quick here. You're at 61300 Yati. Whoops. There you go. You know, will they get admission in any of the I am for bad choice? I'm done. Be giving an entry exam for me. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's kind of like a yes or no question. So we will pull that here for you real quick. But I do need to head out the door. It was 12:12 a.m. here where I'm at. You are welcome. So, will you get admission in any of the I am for bad choice central night? All right. So, based on your current energies, will you? Okay. 10 of Cups, joy, 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 and celebration. That's a positive card. Yes. You do have the Tower card that comes with it here, but don't worry about that. Because, of course, you're not going to get into um, um, all of what you're wanting to get into. Just trust that if something is like if you get a rejection from somewhere or don't get into somewhere, that that is for you. You're being spared something because the 10 of cups is your joy, and that the doors are going to open up for you in those spaces. But the ones that you don't take it like, "Oh, I did something wrong." Look at it as, "Thank you for keeping me, because behind this door is a hungry lion." That door staying closed to save your life in a way. So just, trust the tower moments where something's being removed out of the way, but that the door will open perfectly for where you can head off to. But it is 10 of cups, so that's definitely um, a positive. So, of course, you're not gonna get into everywhere, but don't if you like you had your heart setting on going somewhere and you don't get into that particular place, just know that wasn't for you, that you're being spared. All right. So that is what they have for you. So thank you again, everybody, for all your love and all your support and all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So I appreciate that. If you haven't checked out my newest podcast, I had a new episode come out today. Here is the link to that. Um, yeah, I am 6 hours of readings and it's after midnight. So, I can understand why I look a little tired. But I'm headed off, so I'll be fresh tomorrow. We do have some giveaways too. If you check out this video, I have a new moon drawing on November 20th for the chance of winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. So if you want to check that out, that is available there. And then also, whoops, I have all of my services on sale for the rest of the year. My personal readings, both recorded and live, and my hedges of peace and love. And all that information's down in the description box if you'd like to check it out. I'll be posting a pinned comment here in a moment listing all the readings and all the timestamps as well. So I'll be doing that here within 90 seconds. All right, everybody. Remember, as you're going through your adventures at every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So thanks for being here. Thanks for all the love and support. And I'm on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights from 6 to 9 p.m. and on Saturday and Sunday mornings, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mountain Time. So if I'll catch you at another one. Until then, much love. Get some rest, get some sleep. Enjoy your day if you're on the other side of the planet. And we'll see you soon. Much love. Zoom, zoom, zoom.